Hello. Sorry it took me so long. All right. My name is Paul Berserker 1 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. I was delayed, yeah. Hi. I didn't want to be the one to break that news, but CIG was clearly not interested in breaking it until now. And no matter what CIG tells you, they made this decision sometime between February and May. I would also like to say another thing, because here's another one. Apparently there's been a video floating around of me saying that they would be there'd be a demo at Gamescom. And what I'll say is that clip was clipped out of context, because I do remember the next, like the day after it went out, someone said, "Hey, was this confirmation from your sources?" And I said, "No, it was just me talking." And so I remember it would be going around at that point, but I said, "Yeah, it's been me talking." But apparently it's been going around again, and people are like, "You're lying." And I'm like, "Guys, I was just talking." Like you take a clip out of context and then highly edited it, and then like you assume that I'm right. I said that it was going to be delayed. I also heard that, yeah, I just found out that there were updates to pledge gifting and game access. I'm going to be insufferable for a couple of days by just saying I was right, only because the number of people who were ridiculously, like not ridiculous, but weirdly mean about me making that video. There's some people who were really mean about me doing it, like saying I was making it up for lies, saying that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't know anybody. Like, to the point where the Reddit mods reached out to me and were like, "Dude, are you okay? Because there's some crazy shit being said about you on Reddit." And I'm like, what?
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Dude.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Womblissimo just resubscribed for 39 months.
Thank you for that 30 months of support.
7.
Hey, but when this behind you, very, very important powers, very purpose, very pedestrian. This is probably drinking night. Trust, cheers, and chat, y'all.
Take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take
I will
away
also
my
say,
suit.
I am very happy about what's
You can
happened in
take
the
away my
last couple of
space
days.
lasers.
I am very happy.
But you can never.
Not just the fact that I was right about the delay, but about everything that's been going on.
Take away my space game.
Oh yeah, we're gonna watch that video. We're gonna do readings. It's gonna be a very long office hours. We're doing capsule after capsule.
Jenantanak just resubscribed for 82 months. Keep dancing.
Hold on, I got even more because I got DryCon and then I got Loken's Raid right now.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Ever.
take away my space game.
Dry Khan just resubscribed for 58 months. Damn you, Paul. I hate you were right. Felt that you were right. but had hopium that I would be playing SQ40.
On Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astro Pub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. One button should be working.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
La Tech. I literally just finished. That's why I'm late. I was literally recording something with Tomato. So we literally just recorded something like 5 minutes ago.
Ghost 1800 just resubscribed for 72 months. One more for the road.
Thank you for that 72 months of support there. Goes to a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock, shots,
You
cheers,
can
and
take away my
cheers.
spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Harabek_weather just resubscribed for 28 months. Squadron Smaldron, gimme that Kraken baby.
Thank you for that 28 months of support there, Harvick. You're
take
very
away
important
my
pupper, very
spaceship.
impressive, very pedestrian. You rock, shots, cheers, and
You
check
can
out
take away
shots,
my
cheers.
space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Dirtisan just resubscribed for 10 months. At Ghost 1800 started this, and I can't stop.
Thank you so much for that 10 months of support there, Dirtison. You're very important pupper, very impressive,
Take away
very
my
pedestrian.
spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
It's a renewal train, baby.
Sandy Sanderson just resubscribed for 43 months. Chris has spoken. Holy
Thank you so much.
moly.
Thank you for the 43 months of support. You're very important, pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock, shots, and cheers, and chat. Y'all shots and cheers. All right, now let's dive down a little bit. The thing I'm going to say mostly is that I'm glad that Chris admitted that he, at the end of his letter, we'll read it together, that he was wrong, that he should have done this letter back in May. And I wouldn't have done the video if he'd done this back in May. That's basically it. Because CIG should have announced this back in May. They knew it was going to be delayed back in May, and they refused to admit it. And they probably will still refuse to admit it. They probably won't tell us, period. But, you know, I already fucking let that cat out of the bag. So and it's not just me. Like, I want to be very clear here that at the end of the day, if I can do this, I'm an idiot. I'm a nobody compared to a Jason Schreier type. Like, it wouldn't take very many people to figure out everything they need to know about Squadron 42. They also probably want to admit it's not GTA, but it's also because the game's not ready. GTA is a good excuse, but if the game's not ready, it wasn't. It wasn't a. I don't think it was a. This isn't a sneaky like, oh, GTA is releasing, so we can use this as an excuse to delay. It's more of a. The GTA excuse gave them the easy out, and they took it. And it's good. It's a better thing that the game is better, that they have more time. Because based on the conversation I had with CIG employees who work on Squadron, now that you know I'm fucking right, that I talked with these folks, it was not a unified, the game is fucked. It was a mixed bag of people who were concerned, who were less concerned, they thought they could do it in time, and people who were using the word Cyberpunk 2077 launch as a concern. Like specifically referencing the launch of Cyberpunk 2077 as a concern that they had. So it clearly wasn't a unified, everyone is agreeing on the state. It was just depended on the person I was talking to. The one thing that was unified from all of them was it's fun. They enjoyed it. Like they enjoyed playing it and they were making it better. Like the delay was to make the game better. Like they were all like, it's almost, I don't think it was like they were like, oh God, but it felt very much like this is going to be a better game because of this was the sort of feeling that I got. I just wanted to crash on, say one thing, have everyone lose their fucking mind, and leave it to the mods to deal with it.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Northern Trooper just resubscribed for 38 months. We don't need no fire. Let the mother burn.
Thank you so much there. Northern Trooper, that 38 months of support. You're very important, proper, very impressed by surveying pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers and chat. Y'all trust and cheers. It's not really an excuse. It's a legitimate reason. The truth is that it wouldn't be nearly as publicly and marketing money wouldn't go nearly as far. Absolutely. No, like, I don't think it was a mistake to delay it at all. There's an old saying, I think it's associated to Kojima, or was the guy who made Mario? I always forget who. It was basically like a good game delayed is still a good game. A bad game released is still a bad game.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Yeah, it's not this game doesn't exist. It's this game needs more polish. Yeah. Thank you.
Knowledge Lambo 1 just resubscribed for 29 months. Game is poop garbage.
Thank you so much for that 29 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers and chat. Y'all trust and cheers. Also, this is literally something CIG should have communicated ages ago instead of blacklisting anybody who broke the news after being told without any NDA or expectation of keeping it quiet. I didn't sign an NDA about Squadron 42. Everyone I talked to inside CIG specifically about Squadron said, no, I'm not telling you shit. When I'm talking about in official capacities. Damn it. I wanted the Clipper to win. I mean, I'm going to get a skin then, but like, I wanted the Clipper to win. So what did they say when they announced 2026 2 years ago? Knowledge, I'm going to be very real. When I talked with the developers at Squadron about that, it was very clenched teeth. It was, we're going to make it. It felt very much like this too shall pass. It may pass like a kidney stone, but it's going to pass. There was the team definitely didn't think they could do it. by 2026. The Clipper lost. It looks like the Corsair is going to be getting ahead. They just give it. They said Q2 2027. It's just as smoke and mirrors as 2026. It's a little bit closer. It's a little bit more reduced, but yeah. Once Squadron 42 is out, do you think we will have more speed updates for the PU? Probably take a year or so. And do you think Chris blaming Squadron for being delayed because they were diverting resources to Star Citizen? I don't think is. I do think that there is some truth to that. The answer is CIG shouldn't be making 2 games at once, and they knew that, but they're doing it anyways, and it's too late. They have to do it. So no matter what they did, they were going to delay Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. They would delay each other just because they have to put 2 resources on different things. For me, the demo in October is a better sign that Squadron 42 will release in the near future than an actual release date. The one thing that I'm a little concerned about and I'm a little peeved about is that they're not letting the people at the event record footage. They're letting them talk about their experience, but they're not letting them record footage, which to me is like stupid. These people are paying thousands of dollars to go to your event. These are people you trust. You think they're going to give you a bad bill of health? You're giving these people exclusive access. They're going to rave about the game even if they have problems with it. No, from what I heard is they're not letting them record footage at all. They're allowed to talk about it, but not allowed to record footage. They're not letting people record in certain areas. Is it from coming from Zero? Yeah, I took it as no recording though. Not sure if this is the place, but are you able to reach out to the question bot author and put status up or down when typing command in? I can talk with them. I don't know if they'll be able to do that. Okay. I'm hoping they allow them to record because there's no fucking point in doing a wine and dine without recording. And I know it's like, oh, well, story reasons. They're going to give them the fucking prologue. They'll probably do the prologue and like a section of one of the missions. Maybe the mission that they took the vertical slice from. You know, they'll do something that we already know about as the thing. Yeah. I'm talking about the streamers themselves were there. Okay. Jesus fuck Christ. Oh, I don't know. That was my question. That wasn't a link there? Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, here. There you go. I put it in the group chat. Letter from the chairman. There you go. X. Sorry, X told me to read the group chat and send it to him. So we got a group chat. Is the P releasing in 2 or 3 years? I couldn't tell you. Like, honestly, I couldn't tell you. I can tell you Squadron 42 is probably releasing next year, but we'll see. For the capsules tonight, we're going to have a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down. I want to be very clear here, chat. I am more positive than I have been in like 6 months about Star Citizen. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to question CIG. It just means that I'm glad CIG is finally doing shit that we've been asking them to do for a long time. It's a good sign. It's like seeing a friend who has been in a bad place for a long time take the first steps to have them crawl out of the space. Or seeing somebody by proxy realize that they have an addiction problem, and you find out they're taking the steps to solve those problems. It's not like, like amazing, I'm going to invite them to my Thanksgiving, but good sign, good step. Support you. Keep going. Well, you've now had 2 real good predictions. One as a true prediction, the other through the inside sources. I think it might be time to might be a record when it comes to CIG and Star Citizen. They're finally admitting it and going to rehab. Yeah, basically. What steps made me positive? So the letter from the chairman is good. It should have happened 2 months ago, but it's a start. The post they made about the things, recognizing the problems they're having currently in 410, the things they're trying to do to address and fix those problems. They released an entire thing being like, here's all the problems we're having. And the roadmap roundup was pretty good. And on top of that video that Ollie did for them, that he directed, was more information about Star Citizen and CIG's operations than we've gotten in 2 years. Now, are all of these means that CIG is wonderful and they're out of the woods? Hell the fuck no, it's not. It's just step 1 of a 17-step process that they have to get back on the fucking bandwagon. CIG recognized that they became too corporate and need to get back to the community. And this is them going, we're sorry. It's still fairly corporate, but it's better than we've been in the past. What's the worst part is half-assed apologies, totes working on you copium huffers. You're right back in line. The patch is just as broken as the last one. I can promise you heaven for Blowy 2 doesn't make it real. I haven't played 410, so I couldn't tell you if it's bad or good. I haven't had a chance to play. If it is as bad as I've experienced in the past, then I'll be more negative. But right now, this is a direction I like to see. Oh, 411 is going to be a shit show. Oh, God. Don't go to Knicks ball. No, I agree, Hazard. It was a corporate apology, but it was more than we've ever gotten out of CNG. Let's hope you're wrong about the rush launch. Let me put it this way. The way that those folks were talking to me about CIG releasing Squadron 42, I can say now was Q1. The way they were telling me it was a Q1 release, and that they were concerned about it. Q2 gives them a few more months. Recently I've said May as that's when I would release it. That would be that makes the most sense to me. The initial stuff they told me was Q1. And I was like, there's no way they fucking release it in Q1. That's a fucking death sentence. The amount of games that are releasing in Q1 to avoid GTA is fucking massive. There's no way they do it. So they don't even know if it's going to be naked for the delay. Are we talking about like the developers? This is a conversation I had in May, so it's been a long time since I've had that conversation. To be fair, 411 was originally scheduled for September, but I wouldn't be surprised if it gets pushed to October. They've said it. I remember Space Tomato was like, when did they say it? And I was like, I had to go find it myself, but they did mention it in one of the, I think, either a roadmap roundup or a monthly report where they said it was, or Jared mentioned it on a stream or something like that. It was one of those offhanded marks. It was like, yeah, it's coming in September. Basically, they originally were going to have 4.8 they had 4.8 in May, if I remember correctly, and then 4.9 was supposed to be July, but then they had to split up the 4.9 patch into two parts, which is like 4.10 is really just 4.9.x. I know it's a new architecture, but it's effectively all the stuff they missed from 4.9. And then because so originally 4.11 was going to be September, and then 4.12 was going to be November. We don't know if they delay September from 4.11 from September to October, because that would then make 4.12 December, but we'll see. 4.10 is August. They originally 4.10 was supposed to be September, and then they moved it up. Like the original's cadence was 4.11 was going to be November, 4.10 was September, 4.9 was July, 4.8 was May. March was 4.7, and January was 4.6. No, because it's every 2 months. So it was going to be July, October, September, November, October, November. Basically, the bi-monthly schedule fell apart when 4.8 happened. Not too much coming out all at the same. Too much coming out at the same time. Not to mention another tech drop being the Planet Tech and Starkitect. They seem to struggle to get these release candidates together for 4.10. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if 4.11 was a September release. Is the plan to still get us to 1,000 players by Christmas? I have not a clue. The game is going to be a mess until they stop putting features into the game. So once the game becomes feature complete, which is beta, they will will start to see the game get better. And that's normal. Yeah. That's why I've been on Team Yeet for fucking years. I've been on Team Features forever. I understand why people are mad about playing the game, but I'm like, the game's not going to get better until we get the features in. So fuck it. Burn this motherfucker to the ground. And then when the damn thing is done in a charred pile of ash, we can finally play the game properly. I don't know. It's bad metaphor. But just let this dumpster fire burn. Do you see Squadron 42 having expandable DLC in the future? If so, do you think that'll impact Squad Citizens' road to 1.0? I do think we'll have some DLC from Squadron 42. Yeah, I was right. Thank you. Thank you, says right, Tony. So let me give you my. I have to say this very carefully because people think I'm speaking like the dev. I'm going to give you my prediction based off of what I see currently, what I know internally, and generally the vibe of the direction things to be going. And my intuition tends to be correct on these sorts of things. Not always, but it tends to be. When Squadron 42 comes out, everyone at Squadron, or most people at Squadron, are either going to be moved to Star Citizen in the similar teams or get their pink slip. There will be a team, in my opinion, that sticks around to help fix the game post-launch and probably adds small DLC afterwards. One of the things they've mentioned in the past they wanted to add to Squadron was cooperative gameplay. So they'll add some sort of co-op mode or some co-op version of the game that will be released after the fact. My guess is, knowing how games work and how Chris works, it will initially be a very small addition that just sort of shoehorns in co-op, and it'll turn into its own experience of the game. Will they modify some of the dialogue and some of the games so that it makes sense that there are 2 of you or 4 of you or whatever, and that will probably be the first big DLC. I also foresee that DLC will be free because at that point it just makes sense. Will some of the teams stay around for the storyboard chapter 2? No. I don't think we get chapter 2 until after Star Citizen's released. And I don't think we'll see any team stick around for Squadron very long. I think CIG will probably keep a skeleton crew around for Squadron to just maintain patches and update things. Like whenever Star Citizen gets an update to the engine, they'll push it to Squadron, and the Squadron team will have to like patch it in and make it work. I don't see them sticking with the Squadron team around for a long time. I see the focus to be on Star Citizen, getting that to 1.0, and then maybe going back to Squadron Part 2. I don't have a marketing degree. I don't have a marketing degree. I just worked in marketing. For Q2 release, when should that be a lookout for? May. May is when it's released. When I say it's released, but in terms of marketing, 9 to 6 months. So, or 6 to 9 months. So, that's the 5th month of the. So I would say December. The latest I would see is a December announcement or December marketing. But October makes sense. Yeah. Yep. 1 year later, the Game Awards looks like the perfect location for CIG to do an announcement. And the fucked up part is that CIG has probably known that since March. Oh, Tim Curry. I'm sad now. How do I think Squadron will stack up to other 2027 games? Decent or a breath of fresh air compared to stuff we get nowadays? I have said many times before, Squadron's strength will have to form in its gameplay and in its characters, not in its story, because its story is relatively simple. I agree. The marketing campaign starts with the event because they will be able to talk about it after the event. I don't know why I unfollowed. Been here since forever. I probably said something stupid, Echo. CIG sees us cover with Antissa. Patient. God, I love Tim Curry. That man was such a brilliant actor There is no one who does a better villain than Tim Curry.
Hey, a tip!
At Simo, super short at $10. So, what you're saying is there's a chance. Appreciate all your efforts over the years of this process.
Thank you, Simons. You're a very important public, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers. With $10. It could be. It really depends on a lot of factors. What is the market hungry for in terms of the video game public? How the game plays to an average player? And are the characters engaging enough for players to lock on to? This is going to sound fucked up and weird. And I know a lot of you are old men, so cover your ears if you don't like nasty, disgusting stuff. But it really depends on how shippable the characters are and how engaging the designs are for people to start making weird fan art of them. If you start seeing random artists online drawing random gay art of two characters together, then you know Squadron 42 is doing well. And you all know I'm right. That's the problem. Yeah, looking at Recco, don't hold your breath. It's true, though. If you are getting artists all hot and bothered that they got to make cool character art of that character, then you've done it. But you need, like, that at that point, it's gotten so filtered down that artists who are brain frazzled from life are doing things. Dude, we invented slash fandom. I know. Wait, did gamers invent slash fandom? Because that sounds awesome. Oh, old people, yes, Gen X. I know, but you know, Star Citizen fans can be kind of prudish. I don't know what's going on. Cool character art. Listen, don't judge. That's all I'm going to say. Did I miss an announcement about CIG getting a Chinese publisher? It's about that time if CIG is going to sell SWAT 42 in Q2. All right. Let's take a look at this bad boy. People have been telling me this is that's weird. I may have to download it. Hi, Mr. Shelley. I wanted to say, well played, sir. We all doubted you, yet you were right. I didn't want to be right, but you know, you seem to know well about your cool character art. Listen, I will not be slandered about my proclivities. All I'm going to say is that Cal Mason is my husband, and if you touch him, I will kill you. Okay. Because I have this downloaded and because I miss Tim Curry, I will show you a great fucking video image I found online. Yeah, me. Tim Curry with his Game Boy on the set of Three Musketeers, 1993, which is how I found out about Tim Curry. That was the first Tim Curry movie I ever watched. And the cunt levels off the charts. Mwah. Mwah. Look at that man. Look at that man. Fucking slaying in that cardinal outfit. All right, so this is the gifting changes.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my
Oh god, yeah.
space
Don't.
game.
I'm not going to talk about Optimus Prime. The man who was a gift to mecha anime everywhere.
Ferriqueer just resubscribed for 79 months.
Thank you so much for that 79 months of support. You're very important, public, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
Jade Starwatcher just got a sub from Victura. VICTURA gifted a tier 1 sub to Jade Starwatcher. They have given 28 gift subs in the channel.
Let me get to that. So Jade Starwatcher, very important, public, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yes. I will say that I'm gonna pull this up because I now we're getting into the topic and I need to talk about it before we get into the more depressing shit. It's already depressing, but it. Okay. This was my childhood. All right. This was the thing that really started getting me into mecha anyways, because my first real mecha was Toonami's run of Gundam Wing. And it's Peter Cullens. No sound? Okay. There's no sound. Really? Okay, we can pull it back. We'll pull it back and you can watch it again.
The ones posing the most threat are none other than yourselves. We've had enough!
Those who oppose them
We won't be needing you any further.
What?
die. Battles are waged with mobile suits, the key to military dominance. The only hope for the colonies, 5 elite soldiers and their legendary mobile suits called Gundams.
There will be a day when the Gundams will save us all.
What this is war.
All of you are very mistaken, and the Gundams will soon come to rectify your mistakes.
Silence!
Now, these pilots will shake the foundations of the Alliance and change the course of history.
You saw I was a kid and you underestimated me. Shouldn't be fighting at all!
If they can stay alive.
Those Gundam pilots are desperate. They'll battle even if it means forfeiting their lives. Mission accepted.
It's a Gundam! Enemy attack!
eliminate all obstacles.
Just who are you anyway?
Say goodbye.
Get all mobile suits ready for combat at once! Fight will catch you!
Don't die on me!
From the Gundam universe, a new chapter in one of the greatest anime sagas of all time. Gundam Wing. Weekdays at 5:30. Suit up.
Those who have laid eyes on a Gundam shall not live to tell about it.
Only Toonami.
Yeah, this was the mid version, and Peter Cullen made it fucking sick. Of course, the promo folks at Toonami did a really good job. But holy fuck, having Peter Cullen do that voice, he did all of the voices for Toonami, the promos, the early promos. He did it for Char's Counterattack. He did it for all the other Gundams. Like, holy shit. His promo for his promo for Gundam Seed is still fucking amazing. Chills. Yeah, we're about to. Sorry. We're talking about Peter Cullen dying and about Tim Curry dying, and I'm like, man, I'm fucking sad. Dolly Parton dying. I'm just fucking sad. I was this year's old and I learned he did Eeyore and something for the Predator too. Yeah. What did Automod block you for? I didn't see it. When did Automod block you? I will say, Gundam Wing had its problems, but man, when Gundam Wing's action hit, it fucking hit. They were great at action. I also think the politics were good too. I just think that the Relina Peacecraft shit was just really weird and out of left field. It felt very like, what the fuck are we doing here? It was a wild highlight reel for the series that made me feel like Americans were getting the best Gundam. Yeah, he sold that shit because it's Peter Cullen. He also did, he did all of the intros. He didn't just do that, but I remember that one just because I remember those who oppose them die. And it's like fucking Optimus is talking to me about a goddamn mecha series, and I'm like, I'm here for it. Oh, Bernard Hill died too. Thought it would when Bernard Hill died. Mobile Gundam was good. I like Gundam in general, and Wing was my introduction to Gundam, but I still think that 08MS Team is my favorite. Followed closely by G Gundam, because G Gundam is so stupid, it loves itself. I'm like, fuck yes. Dumb shit.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
All right, now we're going to go over them.
Jabberwocky just resubscribed for 60 months.
Thank you so much for that 60 months of support. You're very important, Pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I have the writer's urge to write a Star Citizen story about a group of Marines piloting Titan suits against the Vanduul. Sorry. Let's get into the gifting changes. This is the big one. So, gifting changes. The following will apply only to pledges purchased after the new gifting system takes place in October. Existing pledges will retain their current gifting functionality. Pledges intended as gifts must be designated as such from the time of purchase. A pledge designed as a gift cannot be used by the purchaser. Once the recipient has received a gifted pledge, it may be upgraded normally using CCUs. Later, DT. Thanks for hanging out, bud. This ends the gray market. Now, what they did say, existing pledges will retain their current gifting functionality. So anything purchased before this is still able to be gifted normally like it is, but anything after this, it's that. This is what I have been fucking saying since they murdered the Squadron 42 buybacks in the middle of the night and said nothing. I said, everything is going to fucking change. You have to be ready. Nothing is going to stay the same. You can gift your own stuff as long as it was purchased before October. After October, anything you purchase as a gift has to be designated as a gift. I don't see how this ends the gray market. It means that anything purchased beyond October cannot be sold to the gray market unless it's bought explicitly for the gray market. You can no longer buy something and use it on your own, and when you get tired of it, sell it. Holiday. Eventually, they'll kill your buybacks completely. That is the next step. I believe probably next year, we will see all of our buybacks be gone. You will no longer be able to buy back. Once you melt for credit, that's it. It means you can't sell Squadron 42. Nope. It doesn't affect all purchases, no. Oh, the fucking title of your stream. Listen, for the amount of shit I took for my video back in May, I am vindicated as shit. I am ridiculously vindicated. You have to use gases. It's already, you cannot gift anything with credit. That has been the rule for a long time. You can only gift things that are fresh cash. We have reached Paul Smug levels that shouldn't be possible. I promise I will only do the victory dance for a couple of days. But I'm going to use this to the effect because of so many people who straight up told me I was lying for attention or was saying shit. Like one comment I saw that was kind of weird was like, I know people at CIG, they all hate the Astropub. They say he doesn't know shit. This is bullshit. He's making it up. It's like, what now, bitch? I was right. You think I just guessed it? The delay, yes. Because back in May, I did a video saying I was talking to Squadron 42 devs who said that it was going to be in 2027. And I said, it's going to be in 2027. And people thought I was lying about it. No, Jade, it was definitely people who've never seen me before. The first time they knew me was from this video and were like, who the fuck is this person? Most importantly, did the right thing, had integrity in the face of adversity. Chris even admitted in his letter to the chairman that he should have done this back in May. He basically says that. And it's like, yeah, you should have. But now I get it. And now I'm the person people will know. It's the person who did it. It probably won't be as widely known, but I know that other people are going like, yeah, he was right. For me, the reason why was because I knew they knew and they weren't saying shit. And it was like, why? Why weren't you saying shit? You should have already done this. You knew this like a month ago. And they didn't. And it felt like people have been paying for your game. You should be doing this. There are other reasons which I will not disclose because those reasons will not help anybody. But this probably helped. I'm hoping. If I was played a tiny part in getting them to push back the date, not just like from, because they would already slipped by the time I did my video, but from originally when they were telling me when they were shooting for to the current date, which is Q2, so like slipping it back a quarter, I would be fucking ecstatic. Because I want the game to be good. God damn it. I want the game to be fun. I want it to be enjoyable. I want it to launch well. I want to do lore videos on the damn thing. I want to play it. I want to do I want to try my hand at fucking speedrunning the bitch. All right. I want Squadron 42 to be good. All right. But do you think that changes butt backs at the beginning of the next year? I think it's right before Invictus, before Squadron 42 is released in Invictus. It'll happen at a time which is the lowest point, so February, March, maybe sometime when it's super fucking dead in the community. I am going to do a fists only run as Senator Armin Strong. God damn it. In Squadron 42, but I also want to do Senator Armin Strong in Seed. I don't know we're gonna be able to do it this week because I don't know what the lore team is doing, but you know, is Squadron 42 just not ready? Like, is it actually unpolished and unfinished, or is it actually just polishing? Because it feels like they knew it wasn't done, just as you use as an excuse. From the people I talked to, they never said it explicitly, but they did imply that it needed more time, which makes sense. The concern that I heard from the folks at CIG who worked on Squadron was always that it is not bad, it just needs more time. It needs to cook more. We need to track down more bugs. We need to fix up some problems. Like, it was things like, this level is boring. We need to change this level design. We need to add more enemies here, remove enemies there. We need to add a cutscene here. It was that sort of thing. It was less of the game is totally broken and doesn't work, and more of there's a lot of bugs we need to fix, and we need to fix the flow of this, the general feel of the game. What do I think the fallout of this will be? Everyone will forget in 2 weeks. I'm going to be very honest with you. No one will fucking remember or give a shit in 2 weeks. There will be people who do, but the general community will move down to 4.11. Well, not as bad as I thought, but not good. All of them said they were having fun. When they played the game for playtests or on their own, they enjoyed it. Like they were saying it was fucking fun. Like, that was the way it was being described to me by everyone. It was like, it's good. I like playing this game. It was just, the concern were bugs. It was bugs, and it was just not, like, there's some levels that need to be tweaked. It was tweaks and polish, not the game's awful and doesn't run. Isn't Jared on honeymoon? I think he's for at least a couple of weeks or so, but yeah. Is Squadron 42 as empty as Star Citizen? No, because it's completely built around storytelling. I'll give you the context. If you've played Wing Commander, it's very similar to Wing Commander, where you have a mission to go achieve a goal. And there are routes you can take. In Wing Commander, there are routes you could take that would take you to the goal, and you could choose which routes you wanted to take. But there were specific, sometimes you had to go specific routes. But there's like patrol routes and stuff like that. Your goal is to go to a place and achieve a goal, or like to get something done. And there are going to be actions that can happen on the way between you and your goal. That's it. It works like a Wing Commander game. We're talking about the concurrent player count yet? I can't tell if 38K is high or low. Let me give you the context for concurrent. Let me look at Steam charts. So to give you context, 38K would put it at number 27 on Steam, just behind VRChat and above Terraria. That is more players than Battlefield 6, GTA 5 Enhanced Edition, DayZ, Peak, Call of Duty, Payday 2, Cyberpunk 2077, Total War Warhammer 3, Hearts of Iron 4, Skyrim, Arc Raiders, Left 4 Dead 2, Final Fantasy 14, The Sims 4, Gary's Mod. You get my point. it would be a pretty high level. 38K is a large amount of people playing a game if we're looking at compared to Steam. And that's a game outside of Steam's network. That's the impressive part. Yeah, it's an unfinished alpha game competing with completed games outside of the network. Now, I will take Chris's word for it at a grain of salt. I don't know this. I would love for them to have published a live player concurrency counts somewhere on their website so we could follow it. But yeah. That's peak and outlier. That's true. It is their peak concurrency. Which does mean that, like, that's what I'm saying, is that at their peak right now. But didn't Battlefield 6 just get an update? Or am I freaking out about that? True, but it's a comparison of Star Citizen's highest concurrency and what some of these games have in a random Thursday night. But these are also games that have been on Steam for a while or a Steam game themselves, which gives them more publicity. If Star Citizen was sold through Steam, we'd probably have more players playing it than that. Okay, let me pull up Steam charts so you can see what I'm talking about. Like show you all Steam charts. So the highest concurrent players right now, according to Steam charts, is Counter-Strike 2 at over 500 million. Then Dota 2 over 500 million, and then it drops down to 5M, which is GTA 5, really. Bongo Cat, I don't know why that is the case. Then Pal World, then PUBG, then Rust, then Marvel Rivals, then How to Fish. I think PUBG and How to Fish is new because it just came out. I think PUBG had something like a big event going on. So, like, Warframe, which is something I often compare to Star Citizen in terms of its sort of approach to things, is at 41K on a random Tuesday. Its highest peak players was 76K. So the highest peak that was closer to that is Payday 2, which is at 37 in terms of these top charts. Then Final Fantasy Online, Final Fantasy 14, Sims 4, all of these you can see that their highest peak concurrencies, which CIG is beating, except for Gary's mod. Or peak players for today, I should say, not all time. This is concurrent players and these are peak players. These numbers aren't great comparisons. Well, the question was more compare them to, is that good or bad? And I think given the context of what Star Citizen currently has in terms of its terrible publicity, its terrible reputation, and the fact that all of these players are playing through the grapevine, meaning they had to have found somebody or found Star Citizen through something else, and then went to their website and then bought the game and downloaded it, and which is a lot more friction than someone just going on Steam and buying a game, you know? So, like, so do you think this is because of IAE? So they what they're doing with is why they're doing it now? What? All of the stuff? Probably not. Like, let me put it this way. The cynical part of me says this was a brilliant move by CIG because it's a random Thursday. And guess what just happened? I believe it just happened. Yeah, the GTA 6 extended trailer first look and release date stuff, I think just happened on Netflix, right? Or is happening. What a better time to post something about a delay for for your big game than when everyone's paying attention to GTA 6. About 5 hours ago, which is when Chris released the fucking thing. Thank you. There's a good one. I was using stream charts because that's what I know. This is pretty close to that. So yeah, it would be below Grand Theft Auto 5 Legacy, but above Grand Theft Auto Enhanced, above War Thunder currently. On Call of Duty was just the Call of Duty, or just Call of Duty the games in general? Look at 24-hour peak. Yeah. I'm looking at 24-hour peak. The thing that you linked was, the person who linked was single player, and Star Citizen is not a single player. That would put it above, yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5 Legacy, Delta Force, Call of Duty, Cyberpunk. Again, random Thursday, but still. Even the 24-hour peak, it's still above those. Well, not Cyberpunk, but above Call of Duty, above Left 4 Dead 2, Elden Ring. And most of those games you compare are finished and or at least release 1.0, not early access. No, I wouldn't give the credit that's exactly what Chris did. You know, that releasing it at a time when no one would pay attention. Because I think they were planning on doing this anyways, but it just happened to work out really well. That's putting a lot of craft on Chris's, like Chris understanding what he was doing. I mean, if it was smart, that's not a dumb move, because the average person outside of our community wouldn't give a shit. If it wasn't Chris, it was his marketing department. Again, I don't think highly of their marketing department. I think he did this because 410 released yesterday. I think that's what he did. He needed to release something because he knew it was for 410. Because that's everything else seems to be around 410. GTA and big show outlets still caught it and made posts. I mean, they still will, but it will get drowned out by its GTA 6 information. The next couple of days will just be GTA 6 mania, and everyone will fucking not know or give a shit. GTA PC and online in 2027. We already knew that it was coming in 2027. Copers in chat calling it luck. I don't think it was luck, but I don't think it was planning. I think it was released to correspond with 410. Given the increasing rate of buyback and pledge changes, how long do you think we have before we need to lock in / apply our CCU chains? Mid 2027, 2 more years. It's really hard to tell because that specifically is a moving target. I think the closer we get to 1.0, the more they're likely to. And I don't necessarily think it's the closer we get specifically, but the more CIG feels we're getting to 1.0. Because they like to jump the gun a lot. Why would they lock it in? It makes money. Because if they lock it in, they prevent you from building another chain so that you can chain things up. They want you to pay full price for the ship rather than do a CCU chain to get more of those. The other two big sci-fi games are Exodus and Expanse, are Q2 2027 as well. Yes, and I'm almost certain that the Exodus will come out before Squadron 42. That's in April. That's coming out in April when I saw the release date. So. Do you think there'll be something at the Game Awards? Jared specifically said Jeff Keighley was in the Manchester office and was being shown something by Chris and the team that tells me that there's some connection there. And that was happening this year. That's what drove a lot of people to think that maybe the Summer Games Fest was going to be a thing. So I think now, with what we know, almost there's a higher chance of it being at the Game Awards than anything. I'm going to tell you this. It's not going to happen. Any plans for Astro Roll in the future? Kruger Intergalactic Complete History coming out soon in the next couple of days. And then I've got to get the other one that I've been working on out soon as well. It's been rough. It always is for the first couple of weeks of school. So one of the things that I would find hilarious and will not happen, but it could happen, is if Squadron 42 is the one more thing at the end of the show. Because right now, the one more thing at the end of the show is completely in the dirt. The one more thing is a joke because of what happened to High Guard. And I think if it happens, it will both be amazing for CIG and Squadron 42 and also get everyone to believe that it's still a joke. I want it to happen because I think it would be a funny outcome. It's not always the kiss of death. The year before it was it Resident Evil 9 was the one? Inner Chaos Goblin. I just think it would be amazing promotion for CIG because the controversy that would cause and the entire fucking gaming community would talk about it. They would talk about it being a fucking scam, that it's by CIG, that people made Star Citizen, so it's going to be awful. They wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. People would be making shit about it for fucking weeks, not months. People would know about it. It would be the best advertising CIG ever got. Because the only thing that would matter is if CIG actually fucking releases Squadron 42 and it's good or decent. So mid-show then? Probably mid-show. But Chris is a very persuasive man, apparently. In one-on-one, he got the Calders to give a lot of money to CIG. I could see him convincing little old Jeff to put it at the very, very beginning or very end. I want a 21st Century Wing Commander. That's what I signed up for. I think you'll get it. The question is does the market want a 21st Century Wing Commander? Good. All right, I'm gonna get something to drink. When I come back, we'll watch that video. We got a lot of capsules to get through today, so we'll do our best. There's a lot of information, so. Sorry you got so much crap earlier in the year, man. Listen, I was right. I'm gonna gloat like a motherfucker for a little bit because I do want to rub it into the people's faces who thought I was shit. Fuck you. I was right. Eat shit. Like, I don't know how to say it any other way. Did I wish Squadron 42 was delayed? No. I said it in that video. But if it's a better game because of it, I'm happy. Someone will clip it, you know? Easy guess, dude. It wasn't a guess. It was me talking to the developers specifically. And you remember, back in May, that no one was, like, the major feeling was that Squadron 42 was still coming. Okay, I'll answer this and I'll head out. The 15 years, where do you think the original trailer and I Am a PC Game content came from? We actually know about this. That was a tech demo that Chris mocked up, complete with AI. Because we actually saw like wingman mechanics where you could like stay on my formation, attack my target, that kind of thing, the classic Wing Commander stuff. So he had built that tech demo over the course of a year, I think is what it was, with a handful of people, including people from Crytek. And the point of it was to be a pitch video for investors. So it was never designed to be the actual gameplay. It was more designed as a proof of concept for the game. A lot of games do that. And when they started making money through Kickstarter, but before Kickstarter, through crowdfunding, they began to realize that they could make money off of crowdfunding. So they no longer, they kind of paid back the investors that they had gotten money from and started going solely into crowdfunding. And he started saying, we can turn this proof of concept into a real game. Yeah, I mean, I think that once they started making money, that proof of concept was basically gone. They probably started from scratch from that point. Do I think we'll ever see Squadron 42? Yeah. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I think we'll see it next year. I don't know where this belief is that Squadron 42 doesn't exist or something like that. That it's like a smoke show where nothing is real. It's real, guys. It's just not ready. Are there any outstanding investors at the point? The Colders are the only ones that we can think of, but they came later after that. All right, be right back. I'm also going to eat the rest of my pizza.
Weapons free, y'all.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
I'm fly. I'm pilot. Freedom! I'm fly. I'm pilot. I'm fly. I'm pilot. I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Drugs.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Stand by for Titanfall.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Distress bacon.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm Fly.
I love
I'm Pilot.
democracy.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat.
I'm Fly.
There you go.
I'm Pilot.
Genesis.
All right, let's watch the video.
Genesis.
Basically, what we're building with Star Citizen is free.
Push-in?
Basically, what we're building with Star Citizen is freedom.
It is.
4.10, the technology is brand new.
Instancing is complicated, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it.
What makes Star Citizen a unique experience is the fact that it's vast and it's open, it's a multi-system game.
So when we're trying to have instancing come on and be this seamless experience, that is a large technological challenge to undertake.
There's a lot of changes we had to do to the engine, which affect how the content is built.
But then instancing creates an opportunity.
I'm gonna pause this. We're gonna watch the patch trailer real quickly. I forgot the patch trailer existed. Just because it's good. I like it. I also like the subtle nod. Then we'll go back to it.
Ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Ready to reset your expectations from the everyday to the highest heights? Unforgettable. Looking to spend the day cloud hopping with the storm walls, or relaxing like infinite spa.
I love the stab. Should have punched him to death.
From breathtaking views, incredible dining.
What are you waiting for?
There we go. Head-to-head action.
Breathtaking views. Crusader is calling. Come, visit, see. Orison.
Pretty good. CIG's never been accused of not being able to make good trailers. There's four.
To tell stories and make content for a certain aspect of Star Citizen.
Instancing is the first use case of us dynamically loading up servers for the simulation, and that's the first step to the fully dynamic server meshing, where that's the goal that we're moving towards.
In terms of how 4.10 compares to other releases, the learning and the understanding of how that technology will work within our universe has been the challenge.
I've always wanted to sort of get lost in a science fiction universe, and I want it to be fully immersive, and I wanted it to always be my point of view. So basically what we're building with Star Citizen is my kind of dream sandbox freeform game. You know, there's still obviously quite a few things to be finished off, but it's complicated, especially because we're building this huge sort of kind of connected world that has many, not just multiple servers to handle the simulation, but it also has multiple services to handle various things, like whether it's your wallet or missions also has a service, and there's a whole bunch of the economy will have a service, and so you have a lot of interconnected systems that are all sort of working together, and a lot of the times the issues that we see are because of that complexity. And the rising challenge on Star Citizen is because the game has actually become more performant and has become more stable, and it's more persistent, and more people are playing it now than have played it ever. So every year we have more people join and more people play, and our concurrency gets higher and higher. And one of the things is you've just got a large group of people, and then when some things aren't working quite as well as they are, it can get frustrating, especially when you're sort of in for a longer term. But that is absolutely something that we're very focused on fixing and improving. One of the reasons why we're showing sort of a little behind the curtains, like we used to, I really felt like when we first came out in 2012 and we started the whole crowdfunding campaign, we were one of the very first people to say, hey, open development. It's not just we're going to do the crowdfunding and then close our doors and come back in X number of years when the game's finished. It's like, no, we're going to bring you along with the development. No one here enjoys the game breaking and not working. Everybody working on Star Citizen really cares about what they do, and they love what they do, and they want to make the best game possible. To build what we're doing and the tech in terms of having that seamless experience where it's all from your first person, you can walk in to a spaceship and fully interact with it properly, that has fully physicalized components, and then see a moon up in the sky and take off and fly towards it.
Doing a digital victory lap, I'm going to do it for a couple of days, and then all I'll say is I was right about everything. I'm not sorry, and then move on. Eventually it'll get tired, but it was one of those things where I ate so much shit for that me being right is vindicating, and we'll move on from that.
And land on it without any loading screen and have all that level of detail and fidelity. That requires very, very, very specific and hard to write technology. It's why people haven't done it. And it takes a lot of effort and work and technical knowledge to do that. We're lucky to have a lot of incredible people on all the levels, on the creative level and the technical part.
Khan saying it's never coming out. It's coming out, man. I don't know what to tell you other than that. I was right about the about the delay in 2027 2 months ago. I can tell you that it's real. It's a thing, and it's coming out. Whether it comes out 2027 or later, I couldn't tell you. I believe it's coming out in 2027, though, based off of my conversations with the developers. Yes, it's coming out in 2027. Will it be good? Couldn't tell you.
Well, but it's still hard to do. But when it's there, it will be an experience like nothing else. I mean, I truly believe that like why people are so passionate. I mean, on both sides of the thing, right? Like it's.
I didn't hear him say wild people. White people. I heard him say white people. I understand white people being so passionate. I'm like, God damn it, Chris.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Oh, it was an excuse for the door. It was.
Lasers.
But that doesn't mean it's not being released, man.
Take away my space game.
Gonzo 209X just resubscribed for 99 months, 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
Damn, 99 months. You're very important, but we're very impressed with your very impression. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I know it's all really tiring, but we were hoping you were wrong, but gloating. Enough people were saying awful shit about me because of that video that I'm gonna gloat a little bit. I'm not gonna like. I'm not gonna like fully like say like dance around on the grave of Squadron 42. I just want people to know I was right. I do have contacts inside CIG who work at Squadron 40, who work on Squadron 42, and they were telling me the truth. So when I say shit like I talk to a developer and they say this, now you know I am not making shit up. It's shit that I'm talking to. So that's the point. That's the point of this, to really drill that into the average person who may not see me. Like, no, guys, I'm not fucking like doing this shit for my health. I'm doing this because I want to see the game improve. I want to see the game be good, and I want to see the employees get their due results, get their flowers, get their kudos for doing a good game when it comes out.
Because it does something that you don't normally get. And I also think that you sort of, a lot of times people sort of forget that that's what, you know, that, and they forget like all the things that have happened, the advancements that happen. So they're just focusing on this thing right now that isn't working and they're frustrated with, which is okay. But if you step back from it all and you go, okay, look at all this stuff that's being built and it all works together. For me, that's like Star Citizen would be freedom.
410 is a unique challenge because it's been tied with technology.
By the way, do the math.
That's being built and it all works together. For me, that's like Star Citizen would be freedom.
410 is
This was started 23 days ago. That puts it before the live stream that they did in 2 weeks ago. So anyone who says this is like fucking, they could also be lying, of course, but I don't think they were. They were. And this proves that CIG was working on this beforehand. And I think the reason why they're working on it is the same reason why 4.8 sucked.
Hey, a tip.
Wow,
At
shit.
Tyra, super shorted $100. Hope all those naysayers answer the phone when it rings cause Paul fucking called it.
Thank you. So that $100 there, Tyrant. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you for that.
a unique challenge because it's been tied with technology and flagship content. Instancing is complicated not necessarily because we're trying to reinvent what instancing is. It's to implement instancing into the Star Citizen codebase and the game that we've made. And in any large technological challenge, the challenge there is trying to make sure that we're covering all of the broad elements that it's exposed to. Now, and that's not even to do with the content side of things. The content side of things actually makes it simpler because we know that we can guarantee that the players are going to come in at...
This isn't over the course of the release unless they wear the same thing every day. Have you met tech folks?
A specific area. They're going to work through the content in a specific manner.
I didn't doubt Paul because I dislike him. I doubted him because I wanted the game to release this year. I understand that. But I was right.
You know, we're able to control that and provide a more cinematic, that more curated experience. But it adds significantly more challenges on the technology side, where we've got lots of different people coming into a specific area and then they're all being instanced off. So marrying those two together and then trying to deliver it to a live service like Star Citizen is a significant challenge.
Wearing a different attire there. We're going to do that. Like, I can look through some of these shirts are different.
Well, ultimately,
he's wearing different shoes, different pants, or it's similar shoes, but I think different pants, and he's wearing a hoodie.
The patch wasn't ready to go.
From this.
And I think that's just, it's black and white. You know,
he said it. He said it. The patch doesn't go.
We never want to release a patch into the wild that is in a position that we think the players are not going to enjoy.
The challenge of instancing has been an experience for all involved. But throughout that process, the core methodology has been, how do we create the best experience we can as we're developing this new technology? And
did being right about the game being delayed cost you your spot in the creator program? Yes, it did.
That's always been the kind of like the guiding light.
But for me, it was more important to let the community know what I knew at the time than it was to hold on to a community creator program that A, wasn't very helpful, and B, didn't seem right to utilize anyways if CIG was intentionally dragging out their announcement for a more convenient time for them, not the best time that the player should be notified.
Seen us through, we develop an experience that we feel like would be tailored best to the instancing. And as that technology develops and as we test it, we course correct and we try and make great decisions to improve the gameplay as we go.
The teams on SC are just fundamentally super fans, right? They want it to be great, but it is a difficult project, right? Also the fact that we're shipping patches, like it starts from there, right? Like what we're in right now, every issue is rising up in priority. The turnaround time becomes hours, not weeks or sprints. That causes frustrations, but you know, this is a bit of the DNA of the project, is to build the AAA game in the open. Many other MMOs have instancing already, and this is essentially our take on it.
I love this guy. I love this guy.
Many other MMOs.
Also, I know this is real because
in the open.
Well, I know this is.
Did being right about the game being delayed cost you your love of the Redeemer?
Fuck off, CM fool. I know they're filming this. This is a special filming because the lights are on. Anyone who's in tech knows. So many places I've been to that are tech related, they just turn the fucking lights off when they're working. They don't like the lights on. They just let their faces be illuminated by the monitors.
Many other MMOs have instancing already, and this is essentially our take on it. To do that, we have built a reimagined version of Siege of Horizon, which was designed from the ground up to be more Fireteam-sized cooperative experience, narratively driven, much more curated experience than the old Siege was.
So on the original Siege, it was very much an open world gameplay activity. Now this came with a lot of merits. It's certainly...
I will say that this gentleman and the other gentleman who's in charge of the PU, from my conversations with people at CIG, they really like these guys. They're really cool. They really enjoy them. They think they're really good at what they do. And when they're right, they're right. I want to give these guys the kudos. I don't remember their names directly, but I remember them being referenced and I knew who they were. Getting the names.
No, nothing can extinguish Paul's undying love of the Redeemer. He knows in his heart of hearts that it is way better. Even with CIG's sabotage efforts, than the Brutus ever would have been.
God damn it. Philip, yeah. Ian, yeah. This is Ian and I think Ian and I forgot the other guy. The guy who's like a long hair, he got that hippie thing going on. There's like the long hair that he ties back in a ponytail. Is that Philip? Let me see if I can find him. He's not interviewed here, but he's showed off here.
Like Star Citizen wasn't ready to ever want to release a patch. We think that
the challenge of instancing has been
Let's see if I can find it.
experience we can as we're developing this new technology, and that's always been the kind of like the guiding light.
He cares about what they do and they love what they do and they want to make the best game possible. To build what we're doing and the tech in terms of having that seamless experience where it's, but when it's there,
hey,
it's why people haven't done it. And it takes a lot of effort and work and technical knowledge to do that. We're lucky to have a lot of incredible people on all the levels, on the creative level and the technical level, but it's still hard to do. But when it's there, it will be an experience like nothing else.
This gentleman right here. He's one of the other people in charge of the PU. It's Ian and this gentleman here are the two people who are there. And from everyone I've talked to at CIG, these guys fucking rock. They're great. Got good heads on their shoulders. They understand things. They understand they're pretty lenient, but like not lenient, but like fairly well in touch with the people who work for them. So I'm forgetting the gentleman's name. I know one of them is Ian. I believe that's this gentleman here, but I'm this gentleman here who you've seen him talk about Squadron or Star Citizen. They're both the PU folks.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
N1GHTCOB just resubscribed for 54 months. I'm late to the party. What were you right about? And sorry in advance for making you repeat yourself.
The delay of Squadron 42. The shit I ate a lot of, the thing I ate a lot of shit from the community for talking about. There's a bridge shown off, but I don't think it's the Connie bridge. There's definitely one that's like the Kraken bridge. I don't know if it's the Connie. It might be. How are modern people so soft that it offended people? No, it's just that people didn't think I was telling the truth. They thought I was lying for attention. And so a lot of people were coming at me being like, fuck you, you fucking liar. You're just doing this for attention. You don't know shit. Fuck off. And some people, like, it got to the point where one of the Reddit threads, which I never read, I don't go to Reddit a lot. The Reddit mods that I knew reached out to me like, are you okay, brother? Are they attacking you? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, there's some heavy shit being said. We're trying to knock it down when people get crazy, but there's a lot of weird shit being said in that thread. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I mean, I truly believe that like why people are so passionate, I mean, on both sides of the thing, right? Like it's because it does something that you don't, they're just focusing on this thing right now that isn't working and they're
I think this is the Kraken. I don't think this is the Connie.
Frustrated with, which is okay.
Okay, the Connie. Oh, no, it's the Kraken. That's definitely the Kraken right there. That doesn't look like the Connie. I get why, because it kind of has this Connie silhouette, but it's definitely the Kraken.
But if you step back from it all and you go, okay, look at all this stuff that's been built and it all works together. For me, that's like Star Citizen.
It doesn't work together, but yeah, that's the problem. Let's go forward to what they were talking about.
It came with a bit of chaos and
not to insinuate you were telling the truth, but what happened? Did they confirm the delay? So yes, Chris came out with a letter from the chairman specifically confirming that they're delaying to 2027 to not compete with GTA. Yeah, Q2 2027 was what Chris said in a letter to the chairman. at 145. I'll pull back again.
Building with Star Citizen is my kind of dream sandbox freeform game.
This possibly, it could also be a,
there's still obviously.
It's an RSI cockpit. Could it be the Arastra? Could be the Arastra. Not the Arastra, I'm sorry. The Galaxy. This could be the Galaxy. The Galaxy is also being released soon, and we know that's an RSI thing.
Quite a few things to be finished off.
Thank you, Ollie. You know we were going to do this, Ollie. Hey, it's Dave. I know most of these people. I've met most of these people, too. Yeah, there was supposed to be a Connie Mark V. That doesn't look like a Connie Mark V hallway. That looks like a Galaxy hallway. It's the room, yeah, where they're in. Looks like we got somebody else. It's probably from Montreal over here, too. Oh, hi, Mark. Benoit.
That causes frustrations, but this is a bit of the DNA of the project, is to build the AAA game in the open. Many other MMOs have instancing already, and this is essentially our take on it. To do that, we have built.
It certainly felt like a Star Citizen experience. You could play with a lot of people, you saw a lot of other people, but it also came with a bit of chaos and a bit of unpredictability. So with...
Kind of prescient to date the video so we can see it's prior to the stream. I don't believe in that conspiracy. I do think that this was done before that. Because CIG takes a long time to do anything. And I believe 100% this was done not as a response to the live stream, but as a response to 4.8 and 4.9's negative feedback. Ollie was just hired, and they clearly put him in charge of the directing for this one because they wanted to give him a shot. I wouldn't be surprised if this was Ollie's fucking idea. The one thing I want to be very clear about is that every content creator I know who's gone to work for CIG has come in with the understanding that they kind of understood what the community was doing, what the community wanted. And they tried to implement those things that they understood the community for what they were. In fact, two of them are in this video that I'll point out later. And they were able to change or improve some things. And I do believe that Ollie is in that same situation. He's just on the media side, so he can actually make those decisions. You feeling vindicated? Very much so.
Instancing, we was allowed the opportunity to fix a few of those problems.
He's credited as a director. I'm guessing because Jared was going to be gone. They wanted to do this video, and Ollie was available. And they were like, Ollie, here's your shot. Like, here's your trial run, brother. Go. And so they had him working with the team to make things work. So, yeah.
And then also increase the production value and integrate things.
It's not you, Wembley, so much. Other people have also said similar stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, you don't film and edit a video like this in a week or two. Trust me, as somebody who's done shit in a very short time frame, you don't get this slick in a day or two. This shit requires like at least a week of work. And the team that they have that does video production is really fucking good at their job, and they've gotten better at it. But it still would take some time.
Things that we've wanted to do in story design and mission design since the original. Even though you're in a separate instance from others, you're still in the overall game world. So what that means is the time of day is still the same time of day. Sometimes it might be daytime, sometimes it might be nighttime, but probably what will happen is if it starts at nighttime, it will become daytime, which is really cool because you feel that progression of time. And then when you go back to the social area, there's no time switch, it's one seamless experience. And I know that was very important from Chris from the get-go, is it is seamless.
And
it's
this is a bitchy Union Jack out.
Trickery. You're still part of the game world, but we're just able to give you a very specific gameplay experience outside of an open world setting.
For me, Star Citizen should be like this wide, big open church for everyone. So it doesn't like, you don't have to be a PvP player, you don't have to be a PvE player. I mean, if you want to be mining or salvaging or ultimately.
Spartacus, I understand what you're saying, but what Take One Dailies is mentioning is that there is a time and place for it. And when you're doing public facing stuff, like as in the Marine Corps, I guarantee you, I know they have like family days and stuff like that where they bring in people from outside the service to kind of see their families or friends. You don't sit there and swear like a sailor. You know, you don't do the weird shit in front of the civilians. You keep it buttoned up and you do what you have to do, and then you can do that shit later. And that's kind of what the point was, that this is not coworkers having fun at a game. This is supposed to be a presentation of the game, of them playing through it. And I understand. I think I like the fucking live stream idea. I want them to keep doing it. I just think they need to change the format up a little bit, where the people playing the game aren't the developers who made it, but like QA and the developers are talking behind the scenes, that kind of stuff. What did you say? I said that the Squadron 42 was going to be delayed, and I was right that it was about being delayed. I got a lot of shit. I ate a lot of shit for making the call based off of what I knew. And turns out it's delayed to 2027. So I'm gonna do a victory walk for a couple of days. Make sure people know I called it. Yeah.
Farming or just hanging out.
Yep. It's delayed to Q2 2027.
Great. You should be able to do all those things and not be forced in any one thing.
I feel like the language and NPCs spew, it's a little different though, man. It's different when you're doing a public facing thing. People have different views.
And there should be opportunities for players to do both those things without being forced into the other thing. So like, for instance, the instancing is a good way for someone that wants to engage in PvE content to not be forced to do PvP content. And there'll be some other areas where we'll set up that are not instance, and that.
Are you talking to me, iChomp? What are you talking about? You're about to post my photo on Reddit? For what? Apologize for what? What shit they say? No, don't. Bro, shit. No, don't. Fuck Reddit. Like that's adding too much shit to them. Let them have their own little freak out. They're already freaking out, apparently. I don't go there. I don't think I've been there in weeks. I usually just kind of drive by, looky-loo at them. My wife goes more on Reddit than I do, and she was like, they're having a fucking meltdown about this. I was like, I don't want to be there. Don't fucking worry about it. Like, don't worry about it. I'm just going to bask in the glow of being right. And then, we'll move on. That's all.
Will be more like, okay, that's PvP. Like, so.
I don't want to fight the game community. Like,
Tested zones or something.
It's just a meme. Okay. You're talking about that.
Be more like, okay, there could be cool loot in here, but there may be other players that can be getting in your way or shooting you or fighting you or whatever. For me, there should not be a win state in Star Citizen. It really is sort of a life state.
No, Spartacus, I'm not going to toss you. That was just more of a, I don't even know what I did that for you. You're good, brother. My point was like, I understood what your point is. Your point is like, you don't get it. Totally get it. That's understandable. I think what I was trying to do is mostly be like, yo, take one daily, and you were both kind of in the similar having a conversation. And I think what Take One Daily was trying to say was that CIG has to meet a professional standard that's higher than you think. Because I would love to hear banter. In fact, that same crew, minus Ollie, played Siege of Orison together on a live stream together a couple of days later. And it was great. But that's different. With the people playing the game after work hours and enjoying the game and bantering with each other, that's fine. That's different. That's different from an official, like, company live stream. That's all. Yeah, I don't think Spartacus said anything inflammatory either. I think you were just you two were both just having a conversation, and I wanted to like kind of present it in a way that people might understand.
Universe that you can escape into and have hours of fun by yourself or with your friends, and you should be able to partake and absorb content at your own pace.
So every patch comes with what I'd call a live support cost. And that live support cost is fixing all the issues that have been introduced by adding something new. So if you look at any piece of technology, if you took a single build from Star Citizen and you kept it in isolation and no one ever touched it, the bugs that are there would be there, but no other new bugs would exist. That's what you would have for eternity. But every time that we add something new...
By the way, pointed here, guys, Rick Porter. Rick is good. I like him.
Whether it's a new piece of content, a new feature, a new technology, it has this ripple effect across the rest of the project.
Dumb question, is this Richard's first game as a director? I have not a clue. I do not have a clue.
And that ripple effect causes things that you don't necessarily have your focus on right now that is breaks. So the challenge that we have is that the development team is focused on the new things, the new flagship content that's going into the game, but we need to rely on the test team and the production team and the live development team.
You do that as a joke on the fighting community. Don't take it seriously. Okay, thank you, I chump.
And anything that gets broken or is degrades from the previous patch needs to then be raised up.
As we start to scale.
Did anyone hear about the new gifting system and game library system starting on October 8th? I saw the gifting system. The gifting system is basically past October 8th. You have a specific, amount of time to, or you have to buy a specific package for gifting, but everyone before that is grandfathered in, as far as I know. What's your thoughts there, Pop Roast? I am not a huge GTA fan. The last GTA game I beat was GTA 4. So, what's your thoughts? Yeah, and if the package is for gifting, you can't use it. But it's only if you buy the game or the package before October or after October 8th.
Test the instancing technology and the content with it. We find a lot of issues that were difficult to predict in internal testing.
I am the SC Dev QA coordinator. We provide information.
Not San Andreas. It was still Liberty City, but it was Nico Cousin. That was GTA 4.
Information from players from playing the game or testing the game to the developers. One of the main jobs we do is that we will take that information that comes from the issue council, and then we try to add as much context onto that, as much sort of detailed debug or code-based stuff that we can then hand it over to the devs and say, hey, this is what the players are seeing.
No, I played 5. I just never beat 5.
And here's hopefully everything you need.
As a production team on Star Citizen, we're quite in tune with each other, so we know what's up and what's happening on the project. Right now, we're counting around 120 bugs to be resolved before we go live. So whatever issues are outstanding with your teams that are stuck in triage, please get them moving.
The bug where the instances collapsing on themselves got reopened.
Yeah, there was 2 major events of that last night.
Yeah, there was an issue with the build that was deployed for this Mark Complete thing yesterday.
Yeah, this was an older one. This was pre-stream. That bug itself, unless they're acting it out, which would be weird. But QA is underpaid and underappreciated for sure. Do we know how this is going to work with things with they set up for creators, a giveaway by creators? Because usually those people use that ship as a way of showcasing advertising, and they're fucked. Unless they have CIG will probably give special packages that are different when they do their special CIG giveaways, but that's different.
Rich and Nathan worked on it together to fix it, and a new build got deployed, or made at least, possibly not deployed, so that'll need retesting today. There's a set of bugs that arise from the fact that you can QT or otherwise travel to a party member who is...
Okay, I need to find that there, Squareroon. I don't know where that is specifically. Ah, Philip. Gotta love Philip. Let me see if it's posted somewhere. Okay. Big T. Big T-O. All right. Let's read this real quickly because I definitely want to put this up. As we continue preparing for the launch of Squadron 42 and progressing towards 1.0, we're taking next steps in the new game library system. It gives a clear, permanent place for each account. As part of this transition, we're making updates to pledge and gifting game access. We're sharing these details early so everyone knows what to expect when changes take place in October. So we talked about the gifting changes. Game access. One eligible pledge on each account will be designated as its primary game access pledge. This will be the account's non-meltable package, or if no non-meltable packages are present, it's the oldest pledge. Fuck you, CIG. Not in the way that it just means that my primary package, I want you to look at me in the eye, chat. This is the ultimate revenge of CIG on me. Because the only non-meltable game package I have, you know what it is, chat. What is the only non-meltable, non-upgradable package I have? My primary fucking game package is going to be the fucking Redeemer. Oh my fucking God. Fuck you, CIG. If they got their revenge on me anyways. Let's finish reading it, though. Yeah, it's a game package. It's anything that CIG gives out is automatically a game package with LTI. Oh, fuck. This is for game packages. So you have to have a primary game packages. Once you have a primary game package, you have to mark it as your primary and you cannot melt it. So once you have an access on October 8th, it will default to your non-meltable game package. If there's no non-meltable game packages are present, it's the oldest package. So your oldest package will automatically become your primary package. You will not be able to melt that. Does this mean the high admiral for concierge? I don't know what you're talking about. Why can't I melt the Redeemer? All right, so let me give you the kind of the quick rundown. I hate the Redeemer. I fucking hate it with a fiery fucking passion, and I've hated it for years. Lots of reasons. I'm not going into details. So somebody, fucking Fastcart and Parasalt, I think both piled on this, decided it would be a really funny idea if CIG gave me a unmeltable, unupgradable, ungiftable Redeemer. And CIG heard them and was like, this would be fucking funny. And they gave me that game package. And they called it Paul's most favorite ship. Yeah, I will show you. Make sure I don't show any of my fucking details though. My home address. I cannot melt it, nor can I reclaim it. Hold up, Paul. You have another unmeltable pack and Concierge Star Citizen pack that acts as a free game pack. I don't see it here in my hangar, so I don't know if it's true or not. It's LTI. I can literally not get rid of it. And all of these packages come with a game copy. So in theory, this should be a game copy as well.
Them biddies.
It could be worse, Paul. It could have been the ROCDS.
It could be the Rock DS. That's true. I only have 2 game packages. One of them is literally my unmeltable one, which is probably going to be, and the other one is my UE exploration pack. And the oldest one is my exploration pack, but my unmeltable is there. But no, there is no Star Citizen download. Let me show you. Game packages. See? Standalone ships, a little different. Right? Go here. Game packages. These are the only 2 game packages. So this is considered a game package. It doesn't matter. It's a game package. So it automatically comes with one. Even though it doesn't say that, it's part of this stuff. Why do I have so many atlases? Because I fucking like atlases, okay? Don't judge me. No, you didn't see Legatus. What you saw was the UE exploration, which was a great deal. I currently have a Mercury Star Runner, a Freelancer Miss, a Perseus, and a Starlancer Max on it. All those are LTI, by the way. That also comes with Squad 42. All right, see the rest of this. The primary, okay, any ships or vehicles included in the pledge may still be upgraded normally using CCUs. An additional game package and duplicate game copies will continue to function normally and may still be gifted where eligible. Okay. Also with 48K, I don't think it's worth 48K. I remember getting it much cheaper. Yeah, if you don't have a game package, you can't play. So if you don't have a game package, does it go to my oldest ship or does it go to a referral bonus or something? It'd have to go to whatever game you have. So Square, when you buy a game package, if you don't have a game package, when you buy another game package again, that will be unmeltable. So that'll be your locked account. I have several Squad 42 game packages. One I won from SG contest plus my grandfathered one in. Can I gift one to them? Possibly. I don't know. So typically, if you get one from CIG, you can't melt it. You can't gift it unless they set it as a giftable. poor financial decisions before this mistake was my game package. All right. CIG just doing the flood the zone strategy for information today.
In an instance and like in a ship.
We deny if they're in an instance, we deny your ability to QT there? Or could we QT them to the nearest non-instance location?
In theory, we could. The repro steps are mostly QT to that person because that's the easiest way to do it. The fix for preventing you from doing that final hop of QT to the party member, one of our teams in CGP, they
no, so here's the thing, Jaded. Based off of what I've read, everything before October 8th will still remain giftable as it is current. It's only anything you purchase beyond October 8th, which will set your will set that. And except for whatever is set as your primary package, which will lock you into that location. I'm not sure why I got the Redeemer in my hangar is because I'm a loyal father of all of you. Yes, I'm sure that's the reason why. It was a specific time when you got the concierge ones. I don't think it happens anymore.
They basically wired up the fact that somebody is in an instance, they've wired that to our existing invalid target flow. This is a perspective of the player who has a friend who's already in a Siege of Horizon instance. So they zoom in on Siege, they click on their friend, they route to it and try to initiate the quantum travel. Now, it'll tell you can't. It tells you the target's in the instance. And the behavior here, the fact that it still calibrates, the fact that you can actually still attempt to initiate the quantum travel is consistent with with how the system works, basically, for when you have a target that's invalid. Once you get to this point, you would then need to know that you actually need to follow the mission flow to go to the correct place, to go to the elevator, to actually go into the instance.
We've got to make sure we're buttoning things down and getting things finished, right? Ensure that everything that is currently in is working as reliable as it can. Plan is to ship next week, Wednesday, if all goes well.
Right now, it's all about every day send a build out, verify performance, verify functionality, all overseeing everything from content to engineers, because there's content changes that affect the technology. And so it's just a constant train of verification. I tend in these big features push to just be with the backers on Spectrum to talk about what their experience so that we can prioritize directly.
Live development comes with the advantages of live feedback. I read feedback. I'm on Spectrum, forums, Reddit, Discord, definitely YouTube, streaming, Twitch. I watch a lot of the feedback and I read a lot of the feedback. I absolutely leverage that feedback to help us shape the game. That's one of the advantages. We know that the players know the game better than anybody, and we want.
You'd be surprised, Knowledge. From what I've heard, these motherfuckers pop on the goddamn group chats and post shit at like 2 o'clock in the morning. They'll stay up all night looking. They'll find some shit and be like, "Look at this! Look what they did to the game," and like wake everyone the fuck up. It was more. I've heard most of it is kind of like a kind of grumble, but
hey, a tip.
At I_, super short at $10. Paul the Great Law Master is also a sail into the future.
I am.
LOL best content creator, open mouth smile, happy Thursday, thank you for providing good content, folded hands.
No problem. I'm about to do some stupid shit because I still got a lot of, they got 2 more capitals to record.
The players to give us that information so that we can shape the game.
Just because he's not chatting doesn't mean he's not watching. Knowledge.
And we also have, Chris has a strong vision for where the product's going and where the game's going.
These motherfuckers lurk. A lot of times what they'll do is, especially if they're working, they'll pull up the stream What I've been told specifically is that one of the reasons why Mike is so popular amongst the content or amongst the developers is because when Mike streams is when most of them are working. So they'll have him in the background while they work. They'll pull up a stream and have him like as sort of a second screen content. But he said he's engaging with the community. He's pulling information out, but I don't think that doesn't necessarily mean he's not engaging. He's just pulling stuff out. I don't. When's the last time Rich has responded on fucking Spectrum? I haven't seen him respond on Spectrum ever. Are you gonna do Siege of Orison with Loken? At some point, yeah. What you don't understand is that the Senator will return. I am going to attempt a fists only run of Siege of Orison. 3:30 a.m. I don't think Rich is watching. You never know, GQ. He could be up very late right now.
And we ultimately have to marry that together.
Solo fists, eventually. I'll try it. I don't think it's possible. I don't think solo fists is literally possible because when you get to Mendo Ren, you have to beat him down, and I don't think you can get to him during some of his phases. But I'm going to try to do 4-player with me doing fists and everybody else supporting. But yeah. I haven't heard from Fish and Jawa in a while.
To create that best experience, and that's a unique aspect of live development.
I plan on fisting Mendo Ren hard. I'm gonna fist him so hard.
I think what we can start with is, what would you say is the prevailing sentiment?
That's Bayer. For those who don't know, Bayer is one of the best PvP players in Star Citizen in like the Arena Commander days before he got worked for CIG. He is now the head of their feedback team. So whenever you see feedback, it's probably from him.
In the community right now regarding 4.10?
I think there was initial cautious optimism towards it if we could fix some of the problems. Every day we look at what the top issues that came on issue council from the latest build, along with the top issues for all of the PT overall.
But also know you guys, you kind of reach out actively to some community members. You like in their Discords, you're scrolling through Reddit and whatnot.
That's where players are, right? If they're playing through a session, they're going to be in the Discord with their friends, especially for a cooperative gameplay experience like this. And so when a problem first comes up, that's where the discussion is going to happen initially. And so to get ahead of that, we kind of need to be in those locations, in addition to just watching the Twitch streamers, right? We're always watching Twitch streamers go through this content. And
hold on, he said it. Hey. Yeah, you at CIG. You have me on your second monitor. I see you watching. Go to sleep. Go home. Do something. It's fucking 9:30 on a Thursday. You got no fucking releases. I don't care what QA told you. Go home. Get something to eat. It's fucking 4,000 degrees outside. Enjoy yourself.
and we'll see them hit an issue live.
Specifically talking to CIG Austin.
And we just look at, okay, overall, is this something that players are making a lot of noise about? And then we'll bring that up as this is probably something we should fix, especially if it's new. And usually it is. If it's something they're making a lot of noise about, it's something new. I think performance is a bit of a weak point. I'm glad to see some of the focus we got in 410. So I'm hoping we can kind of turn that around.
Just found out that you can't even take out your helmet for the new heavy armor. Every day when we go through these issues, there's some kind of problem that has been identified, and when fixed, may invalidate all these bugs. Sure. And we have to revalidate all these bugs. Yes. It's very time consuming. Sure. Like I have this on instancing. Oh, respawn is completely broken. Oh yeah, we're gonna remove the SV. It will be fine. Wasn't fine.
This dude is amazing, by the way. I love him more than you realize.
I'm not saying that we're shooting silver bullets and they should be fixing everything. It's just very time consuming to revalidate all the bugs that we're seeing, right? Because of one or two bugs getting fixed. It's frustrating because it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And so that's why the everyday build is the way to Build, observe,
GQ, I was talking to CIG Austin.
discuss, prioritize, fix. And so it's a churn. It's a big churn.
I think where 410 really stands out is these engine level sort of integrations and sort of technologies that come with a lot of, you might not see anything necessarily as a player, but very, very heavy testing cycle on it.
At the moment, we are testing with the community and finding new issues. Our primary objective is to stabilize the technology.
Well, the big thing that we as QA always have to overcome and
This fucking music is freaking me out, guys. Are you hearing this too? It feels like because it's repeating. It's like do 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 do. It's like fucking tense music, man.
in many cases is dealing with what happens when you put it out in front of players, what happens when you've got it in a live environment with 600 players on a server and thousands of processes happening concurrently. And something we get by putting a lot of content onto a new technology is that we're going to test it at its limit straight out of the gate. And that's actually a really good way to offset risk. If you push that down the road, underlying problems, like deep systemic problems with the technology, are going to get worse and worse.
When it goes to the PTU, it helps us out. But again, even in the PTU, we don't usually get enough people playing it in the PTU. We don't get enough concurrency. So that's one of the challenges right now. And 410, testing Siege of Horizon, is like, we need to get more and more people so we're really filling up the shards and the instances and seeing what the strain is on the system.
The data we got was pretty damning. There's a lot of issues that we've witnessed with performance, desync, and other associated problems. One very common thread was NPC desync, and in general, it seemed like a wider range of desync issues.
We need to get a lot more precise with the
Their own in-game advertisements say Orison. It's not CIG's. It's not Chris's fault. He can't say his own games, the names in his own game. I love this one because they're talking about like desync and hey, there's Thurston, Philip, Benoit, and John Crew.
or desync. So you're talking about he's shooting at you, but he's not aiming at you.
Yeah, like the reason I say desync is because to the naked eye, when you first look at it, it looks like it's AI desync.
Jesus fuck, that audio's crunchy as shit.
But obviously knowing that I'm on a 4-person server and the server was at a solid like 30 or whatever FPS, I know it can't be desync.
What we were hoping to get was clarity on what the remaining issues are, but in fact we found a lot more, and that's concerning.
Another core component of how we made Siege differently is the AI. So in the rest of Star Citizen, the AI is populated by what we call spawn closets. So these spawn closets will populate the game based on various rule sets. With instancing, what we can do is we can place those AI logically where we'd want them to be. So an example would be part of the map will have sniper positions. Previously, this would have been impossible because there's no spawn closets.
Did bro walk out into friendly fire? Hold on.
Positions. Previously, this would have been impossible.
Bill just shot his ass
because there's no spawn closets up there. So we can tailor a more of a paced combat engagement rule set. So it's less about fighting overwhelming numbers and more about creating combat scenarios which will feel fun.
Oh no, they were in chat. They're in that Skype call
to play through.
Getting in this morning, I was already aware that we had some outstanding issues with Mendo
Max
Ren.
is great.
He was 100% accurate.
My favorite interaction with Max, he was streaming with Elliot, and I was trolling on their streams, and Elliot said something effective. Oh, is that Paul Shelley? What the fuck does the Astropub know? And everyone in chat, both chats were like, lore. And Max is like, is Astropub the lore guy? And Elliot was like, yeah, he's the only reason why I know as much as I know about the Hurstons, because I listen to his lore videos while I'm cooking. I'm like, yeah.
And I think that we've had a lot of like frustrations with it. And so we've gone in and we've tweaked some of the values and given it to QA to do a 4-man playtest, a 2-man playtest, and a solo run.
Is Mendo Ren related to Kylo? Mendo Ren is a fucking fake name. Do you think anyone at in the Nine Tails gives their real name?
Through trying to fight Mendo Ren.
Yes.
Now the important thing is to get it out to players.
The big thing for us with Siege has just been the volume of testing we've had to do with it. The iteration has been really rapid from development, and these big engine changes where we may need to retest absolutely everything and just make sure nothing is worse, because actually that's going to.
These devs look like fresh out of uni, which is funny because like Elliot's been working at the game company for how long? He's been working there for at least 6 or 7 years, and Max has been there for almost as long. So yeah, they just look young.
Help performance over the long run. Now we in QA will sometimes deal with 6-7 builds a day.
5
What
years.
that brings.
So he's been there since 2021. So if he was fresh out of uni in 2021, that means he's like 27.
It's fantastic iterative testing where we're getting the latest updates from the developers. Hey, can you go check the fix for this bug right now? It's not quite worked in this way. Cool, we'll put it back in. Now here's the new one. You know, the PTU gives us a more stable soak environment where we can leave things doing things over a longer period of time, which typically is difficult to do in QA. We have to bounce around between so many different things. Sometimes testers are moved between tasks 4 or 5 times a day to get onto the priorities.
I think what we're hoping is that what we'll deploy today, we'll try to get more concurrency so we can test it. Because really, originally Siege of Arisen was meant to go in 4.9, and we took it out of 4.9 because it wasn't ready. It's in 4.10, and now we're running late on 4.10. Hopefully we'll get on the PT and get enough people play it that it seems like it's in good shape, and then we can leave it on the weekend for people to hammer on it and let it soak.
I feel confident that everyone now is on the same page of what's left to be done. So I'm quite optimistic that we will get there.
With Siege, the progression is the player's group enters that instance and they automatically become enrolled into the mission. So the mission exists inside the instance. That is a process in which we were going for. In the future, we want to do things like the player accepts a mission, and then that then permeates through into the instance layout. So that mission might inform a dungeon layout, or it might inform the enemy types inside that instance. So in the future, the instancing will be done in a variety of different ways. Battaglia is also a new addition for 4.10, which is really cool. She is also part of an instance. She works in the same way that the instancing works for Siege. So you go through a elevator transition, then that then separates you into your own instance. And the reason why we wanted to do this for Battaglia is, again, we wanted to deliver a more prescribed scenario so that, you know, it's not filled with loads of other people, so that as you're having that interaction with the mission giver, it is contained and it's validated. In the future, again, we will open this up to more players, or we'd have the concept of more social instanced areas, so it doesn't feel like you're just completely separated.
Why does she look better on that screen than it looks on my screen?
From the open world. But we made that decision for Battaglia just to prescribe that experience. And it's also kind of cool because we were able to do another mission giver again. So it's been a little while since we've been able to do a physical mission giver. So that's been awesome in terms of we've been able to tell a deeper story in Nyx. So as we've been slowly unveiling activities in Nyx, it's been very rewarding to see a deeper story arc be established and released.
One of the things that I've been looking at is the client performance. We're using our analytics that we capture and graphing that out so that we can see how performance is trending over time. We've been making steady improvements through analyzing some of the captures and actually finding areas where we're being a little bit less performant than we could be. And that's why we have this kind of gradual increase over time. We actually removed some of the sort of dev debug things that we have on in the frame that we need during development so that we can analyze memory usage, track down multi-threaded issues and stuff like that, but all of which come at a cost. And one of the last things that we do before we actually release a build is to turn some of those things off. And that's why you see that big jump there. That's when we turned off a bunch of stuff that we have on during dev, and we get a big performance increase because the build is now essentially more like it would be during when it's actually deployed for post-release.
On a performance front, it was challenging, but the improvements that we've seen over time and the work that QA have put in with developers to help refine that, where we've been taking performance data every single day. So whenever they put in a new optimization, they can compare the data to the previous day and go, oh, we gained a microsecond here, or we gained 10 frames over here or whatever, and they know where to lean in and push on it.
I'm Luc Gijsbertsen. I'm a lead environment artist here on the PU team. What makes Siege very special is that we get to really curate the player experience here. And it gives the opportunity to the environment teams to really highlight where the gameplay needs to happen, where the focus needs to go, and we really get to enhance the gameplay experience underneath it. So when it comes to optimization, it's rather complex because there's different parts of the game go either to the CPU or the GPU of the computer, and we need to make sure that we optimize that in the right way. One of the things that is very expensive to calculate on the GPU is refraction cost. So what we're trying to do is to find outliers that have these refraction issues. So what we can do is we can actually use console commands to find what is being expensive. Are decals, and there's no need for them to be.
The devs know that the person who was asked about taking PTO on September 3rd or 10th, and the dev responded both. The dev knew it was a pregnant man and that they were having a baby that week. What are we talking about? I have no idea what the fuck we're talking about.
Transparent in that sense. So we can have a quick look to kind of see what is going on. I quickly sample the material to kind of figure out what is wrong. And then this should not be using forced transparency. And we have a look and we remove the forced transparency and mark it as a decal. Visually, no difference, but computing-wise, a lot cheaper.
I think it's probably the wrong chat.
So just kind of bring us back to the state of the patch. We discussed 2 days ago what issues are left outstanding, and we were just discussing number one on that list in quite a lot of detail, which is good.
What's the current ETA of that fix going in? Is that going in today,
It
tonight,
is not going
tomorrow?
in today. Maybe if we're lucky, we get a hot fix build later for deployment, but that's not guaranteed. The other issue that we mentioned a few days ago was the instance heartbeats and player tracking, which caused a lot of...
Do these devs fear their job? Fear their job or fear for their job?
Instances just vanish. Investigation is ongoing. When we have that fix in, we'll revalidate all these issues we found.
I do know that there's been a concerted push to improve performance that Carl's been leading, and that looks to me like it's actually been bearing some good fruit, which is good. But
I can tell you this specifically. There is absolutely nobody in the gaming industry today in 2026 who's not terrified of losing their job. Because the gaming industry is a fucking wasteland, because like 40 to 60% of all devs in the gaming industry were fired from the gaming industry in the last 6 years. The gaming industry is half the size of what it used to be, and it's probably going to get smaller. And this year alone has been a bloodbath. So yeah, if you're in games and you have a steady job, you kind of don't want to lose your job. Gaming industry by its nature is a short-term work, which is bad because nobody's fucking hiring.
let's get lots of people on tonight.
Final thing to say is
that we're currently working on a community post to share the results of this endeavor so everyone understands the effort to investigate these issues, to fix
What company do you work for, Jordan? I didn't know you worked for a company.
them and what it should mean for them.
So it looks like we're in good shape for going live next week.
As long as Clive gets his fix in, we have everything we need to make this shippable. Then it's just like, how high is the quality bar? We know that there's 1 or 2 issues remaining.
No shit, you work for Bohemia? Fuck, I didn't know that. Fuck yeah, brother. Tell me how Arma 4 is going. Leak it. Leak Arma 4.
That need to get fixed, but we want to make sure that we don't.
You could tell me this, Warden. I'm pretty sure, because I'm sure it's already been announced. The next Arma game is using the Engage engine, right? The engine that it was made for DayZ. The one that's that Reforger uses.
Get caught off guard last minute by any critical issues. So monitoring and observing players all time, 24/7 is critical at this point.
Ironically aimless. Anyone who's told me not to say something, I haven't said shit. I am leaking all the time. From many places. I like that. It's a nice visual representation.
There is one outstanding issue that was raised last night in the meeting.
Yeah.
That issue you're saying there's been a fix been put in, and it's going through testing right now.
Infusion, thank you, yeah. It's a 3rd iteration. First, DZSA mixed with the old engine, Real Virtuality, and second is Arma Reforger. DZSA. Oh, Daisy Standalone, yes. Nice. I'm looking forward to it. The Infusion engine is cool as fuck, man. I can't wait for Arma 4 because I'm an old school Arma head, so old school Arma 2 player.
Now, and hopefully if that gets tested, is that going to get in tonight's PTU?
I would be surprised.
I will say I've known a couple people who worked for Bohemia who ended up working for CIG at some point. So how does the community feel about Ollie was treated in that live stream? I couldn't tell you because I'm not a community. I don't speak for the entire community. I know that a lot of people, from what I saw, a lot of people were upset about it and felt bad for Ollie. I know some people thought he got what he deserved because they don't like him for whatever reason, but yeah, this is done by Ollie himself.
Okay, but let's
wait. Yeah,
but
wait for the.
It can go in. We should be good for tomorrow to go in.
Yes.
And then if that holds, we're golden.
Yes.
Okay.
We had a very clear vision of what it was that we wanted to do with this technology, and we knew that we would have some challenges integrating this with the engine as a whole. We knew that we were going to have a
Good, because we need more DayZ and Star Citizen. Well, ironically, one of the people who used to work for CIG was the #2 guy for the DayZ standalone. I don't think he works for CIG anymore. I think he works for another company now, but for a while there, he worked there. Doesn't tell you it's a teacher disclosure agreement. You tell him something in confidence, he'll keep it a secret. If someone tells me not to say shit, I won't say shit. The only reason I said shit was because I was talking with people who were like, yeah, I don't give a shit.
period of hardening the tech and how it integrated with the game. And that's essentially what we've been through. And I think we're almost there, basically there, let's say. I don't know why, but I feel so much more nervous today.
Oh, I wonder why you feel so much nervous 5 days before launch. It's not like the Star Citizen had gone viral by that point.
Weird, like I almost can't speak properly. It's like I've got frog in my throat.
But you did great last time.
I know, and I enjoy doing this kind of thing. It's bizarre. It's not been easy, but I guess nothing worth doing is easy. Yeah.
My name is Eric Green. I'm the Director of Hosting Operations. So
Proxys is one of the high people up there. He's one of the biggest people at CIG. He got his start being a moderator for several Star Citizen streamers, and then ended up working for Cloud Imperium. He is a fantastic dude who deserves all of the credit for what he does. He is the person who makes sure that everything gets pushed live. He's the one who has to handle all of the bullshit that when everything breaks. He's great. He literally pushed the go live button on one of the streams while he was getting a vaccine. He was in the middle of getting a shot when he pushed the go live.
If we're saying that we're going for, say, a Wednesday release, which we try to do, we like to use essentially what was this past weekend as.
I'm very surprised that he lives in Manchester, because he last I heard he was still in Austin. So that makes sense. He's the head of the not dev. I think the DevOps team. If y'all remember C Daddy, he was C Daddy's boss.
The soak weekend, and so this is kind of like our last effort and attempt that we can afford to kind of learn some of that information before it goes to live. By Tuesday,
you'll know him as Lime Cat if you're an old school. He had the Lime Cat profile picture for most of his stuff, and he always wears that hat. That hat is with him for every
evening. We can hand that off to QA, so just making sure the environment appears to be working as intended, and so we're good to go. And if everything's good, we hit the button, the magical red button somewhere that launches it, right?
Yeah, it's based in Austin. The DevOps team is in Austin. He was in Austin for the longest time. I didn't know if you knew that. So, the Mormon Soak weekend.
Welcome back, everybody, to another sit rep. There were 2 issues really that we were trying to get fixed before.
It's been a while. The last time I talked with Proxys, I went bowling with him, and he was doing work while we were bowling. It was me and Buster and it was somebody else. We were all hanging out, and we were at a bowling alley, and with Proxys and with Eric, and he was on his laptop when I walked in. I'm like, Eric, are you fucking doing work? He's like, yeah. I'm like, Star Citizen will be there when we're done. We're bowling, dude. This dude does not know the word stop.
Before we kick our release candidate.
The core game experience for 4.10, regardless of Siege, as far as I've been told and experience, is better than 4.9 or 4.8.
Yes, across the board.
The patch notes are massive. Like, there's so many things fixed.
Top level fixes, so that's in a good place to be. Obviously, we want to be better than where we are, even so. Why don't we get this change resolved now? Let's chase this fix from Alejandro from testing, and let's pull the trigger.
I think it's basically go time. Like, we had a very successful PTU at the weekend. The tech seems to have stabilized. Any critical or blocking issues that we've had to this point, we're not seeing anymore. So yeah, we're ready to go. Later today, we'll press the button and it'll go live to players.
One thing that I've always said to the directors I work with, or the teams, I actually called up someone recently and had this conversation, is I try and stay in the middle. So when we have an amazing patch and people are really excited about it and they're having loads of fun, try and stay in the middle, and vice versa. When we have a patch that doesn't do as well as we'd hoped, then again, you don't want to be in the doldrums. You need to be in the middle. You need to be pragmatic and keep moving forward, because live development is an ongoing process. It's a continual development process that is difficult. It's a lot different challenge compared to just standard game development, where you're working in isolation and then you release the game at the end. But I think the way I cope with it and the way I give the advice to the other team members is just always try and stay in the middle.
One of the things I've always been able to do in every game that I've made is when I start out to make it before everything's there, I can see the game. So that was the case when I made Wing Commander. It's been the case I've made pretty much all the games. I can see it in my mind, and then I think my talent has been able to deliver the vision I have in my mind. Sometimes it takes longer than other times, especially as things get bigger and more complicated. But the vision for Star Citizen and the immersive universe that I think it can be when it's all said and done, and we've got those rough edges, polished, and we've got the content that's there that will sort of put you in, and the ability for people to do all the different things they want to do and do it well. I think it'll be huge. My goal is just keep on swimming like Dory. We're just going to keep on swimming, getting out there, trying to improve, build after build. Ultimately, we're moving towards that end goal and that vision of making this incredible, immersive, seamless universe.
All right, back up a little bit. These are fantastic folks.
Ultimately, we're immersive, seamless universe.
"35 minutes. Ollie, Justin Chambers. Justin Chambers has been the editor for Star Citizen content since like 2016. He used to be on Star Citizen Live. They used to be the Wingman's Hangout or Hangover streams. He used to be there all the time. He has been the main editor for Star Citizen stuff forever. Great dude. Then Sandy Roberts. I don't know these folks. Assistant editors, okay. Got some of these people getting some stuff. Production services provided by Production Lens Flare TV Ltd. So they definitely paid some people to come in and do this. Additional support: CIG Manchester Studio Experience Team, Jared Huckabee, Leah Rope, Karask, Kat Reeves. I believe that's Jared's wife. Maybe I'm wrong with that. Hunter Wolf. Hey, Wolf! We finally see Hunter Wolf. He's the new social media manager. Original music from Pedro Camacho, and then additional music from APM Music and Audio Network. So they definitely did some royalty free. Chris Roberts, Richard Tyre, Ian Leland, Benoit Beaucheshour, Aaron Roberts, Philip Bossara, Carl Chandler, Eric Green, Michael Smith. All right. I'm going to be right back. What makes him about Philip Bossara that he makes him love him so much? He is a no-nonsense, very practical guy. He's very practical when it comes to his approach to how Star Citizen should be run. He's very much there's a problem. Let us solve this problem in a way that moves us forward so we can continue to solve problems. He's not really let's look at the view. He's more of I have a job to do. This is my goal. I'm going to complete that job, and I'm going to make sure it works from the connections from everywhere else. Because his job is QA, so he does a lot of other kind of stuff. You need a lot of practical people, and for as far as I know, he's one of the few practical people at CIG higher ups. So. We play it backward. Chris announces the squad ready release date. I'll be right back. I'll use the restroom, and then we're going to do some capsules because I still got some time, and we've been streaming for 3 hours. All right.
Weapons free, y'all. Two words. Distress bacon.
Hey, Ian. If there's not a red button to go live, I'll be sad. I would be sad too.
Stand by for Titanfall.
We pull up. We'll do some capsules here, chat. We're going to do some back-to-back capsules. Let's start with the obvious one, which is the letter from the chairman. Then we'll do a roadmap roundup. I'm doing good. Hey, you, Mr. Matt stuff, does stuff. I think that video was fine. It is definitely something that CIG needs to do more often. But according to Xylo, apparently they can't afford to do that more often. Which is like, then why did you do it in the fucking first place? Like, it seems really fucking weird to do for a random patch that is sort of important. Not really. Yeah, instancing is there, but it's like, it's not Nyx. It's not Planet Tech. It's not the game being released. That's kind of weird. Yeah. If the server start was like a ship startup sequence and a sim cockpit, that would be sick. Yeah. All right. So, for those of you who've never done a capsule before, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be recording something for YouTube. So make sure you check out, you continue to chat as you can. I may not respond to chat as quickly. We're just going to be reading through the letter from the chairman. They want to undo some bad PR around 4.8 and 4.9. Maybe that's a lot of expensive for that. I have to think that maybe they're doing this as a pilot to try to figure out if they could do something like this in the future. If they could try to add more content for players to see, because it's clear that right now they can't do ISC normally, and that most are doing once a week or once a month, not even once a week. Did they even say they were releasing this video as a pilot? I think they said something of it. I figured it's what they hired Ollie to do. Honestly, if I'm going to be real with you, I think Ollie's hired for Squad 42. He's probably he's supposed to do that stuff for Squadron 42. So this was, my guess would be this is his training or practice he getting in there for Star Citizen. Yeah, maybe a test for Squad 42 documentary. All right. Could be wrong, though. A lot of his stuff is also not directly in front of the camera, as he said specifically. So. Fuck you, C-Daddy. C-Daddy just sent me the Twitch clip of me getting mad about the fuck you, C-Daddy. C-Daddy's the one who did it. Fucking fuck. That's a suppository, Chief. Yeah, it is. All right, you ready? I was right. And this is a capsule, a small section of my office hours live stream that I do at twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live. I'd love to have you come to join us live as we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Would love to come and have you join us live and join chat here. This is, as I said, a small section of my office hours live stream. We're talking about the big one. For those of you who are not in the know, 2 months ago, I made a video about my conversations with Squadron 42 developers. Wasn't as good as I should have done it. But the breakdown was that me talking with multiple Squadron 42 developers revealed that Squadron 42 had been delayed till 2027. They knew as early as May. And And they decided not to share that information, or Chris decided not to, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to publish it in the first place, because they had known of this delay for a long time and were refusing to release it. Now, Chris has announced the delay as part of a letter from the chairman. So we're going to read the letter from the chairman. I'm going to react a little bit to it just to kind of break down. And I'm not going to say this is for me to say I was right, because I was right, and there's a lot of folks who said some awful things about me because of my announcement, and I understand that. But at the end of the day, content goes on, and it's important to see what Chris said and to read through it and sort of try to digest it and see what this means. So, with that being said, let's get started. Oh, I figured you did, Shadowstalker. I figured someone did. All right. Letter from the chairman. Citizens, thank you for supporting. Thank you for playing. Thank you for your feedback. It's been great to see more of you playing Star Citizen than ever before, with 35,890 concurrent players at our peak this year. And that wasn't even during a free fly. If I remember correctly, that's almost assuredly 4.8, when 4.8 first went live before the free flight started. I remember they had their largest concurrency ever. That's what Jared was saying earlier during a stream at that point. So, yeah, and I've looked at that and compared it to other content. It's a random Thursday, so it's probably not as good of a comparison. But I would put it in the top 30 of Steam's charts. And while, yeah, it's not good to compare, it's not an equal comparison of 35K at their peak versus a random Thursday for all these other games. Those other games are on Steam, so they have some inherent advantage of being known. And that 35,890 people are people who had a lot of friction to get there in the first place. And it's for an alpha game that hasn't been released yet. So I would say that's pretty impressive for what it is. I would still love for CIG to have a live player concurrency number that we could see on a regular basis, just for data sake. But I know CIG is very hesitant for that. And of course, it's Chris Roberts. We don't know where this number comes from. It could come from out of thin air. We don't know. But I'm taking him at his word with this current thing that was the number. It's probably close to that number at least. And that growth goes well beyond the single peak. In the first half of 2026, so before 4.8, we saw a 7% increase in the average daily players, an 11% increase in the average monthly active players compared to last year. I'm assuming that number's probably dropped off since then, partially because of the summer and partially because of 4.8 and 4.9's release. Because it's important that he's saying specifically the first half. He's not saying the second half or the entire year. So he's trying to give us some good numbers. Star Citizen isn't dead. We have lots of people, and more people are playing than ever. That's the message, at least. Seeing more of you playing and spending more time in the verse has been incredibly rewarding for all of us at CIG. Star Citizen Alpha 4.10 is an important step on the road to Star Citizen 1.0 because it brings area and encounter instancing to the persistent universe with Siege of Orison. We already have a basic version of instancing in the game via player hangars, but the next iteration of instancing brings the ability to stream arbitrary areas and the related content in on demand, a seamless connection to the main shard universe, along with dynamic server loading. Instancing in 4.10 is the first use case of dynamic server meshing in Star Citizen. Pulling out the big guns, saying this is the beginning of the dynamic server meshing, which he will go on and explain a little bit more detail, but yes. Up until now, each universe shard has a set number of servers, each allocated to different areas, called territories internally. So Microtech, and eventually everything on Microtech, is a territory and has a server looking over it. But if too many people flock to Microtech/New Babbage, the static system doesn't have the ability to spin up additional servers to split the simulation load, and the singular server in charge of Microtech territory starts to run slower and slower, which results in degraded player experience. With dynamic server meshing, we will spin up additional servers as the simulation load demands, subdividing the territories into smaller ones. This has been the plan for a long time, and I think it's important to point out this is not happening in 4.10. This is the eventual plan. This is what's going to happen, which I don't think is well progressed, but it is what it is. When instances are created, we monitor server load, and when we hit a specified maximum load ratio, we will spin up additional servers to manage the area instances dynamically. The networking team calls this quasi-dynamic server meshing because we are not yet subdividing territories in the present persistent universe, but it will be the first case of spinning up and down servers dynamically based on load and required us to create a lot of services that you need needed for full dynamic meshing in the persistent universe. So he goes on to explain, we're not there yet, but we have the first version of this with instancing, which is what they're calling quasi-dynamic server meshing. Now, I do want to point out that quasi-dynamic server meshing has been mentioned in the monthly reports over the last several months. So I think it states that's back to like April when they first started talking about it, or March. So it's been something they've been discussing in their monthly reports for a while. So it's something, this is sort of like them reaching that goal. While a lot of other MMOs have instancing, they don't have specific kind of instancing we do. Doubt, but okay. That needs to seamlessly interact with fully dynamic meshed shared persistent universe to which upped the complexity level to technology significant. Yeah, kind of. I kind of see that. That's not Siege of Orison. Is that the Depths? Is that the Municipal Works? I think it's the Municipal Works. I mean, it looks kind of like Rockbreaker, or it looks very similar to Rockbreaker. It could be the ASD facility as well, yeah. But I don't remember that location in ASD. We'll see. I'm happy to report that with your help, testing Siege of Orison, the instancing is finally performing well. It took us longer to get there than we thought, but like a lot of things in Star Citizen, it turned out to have more complexities and edge cases than we expected. As part of today's launch, we're sharing a video about the process of delivering 4.10, which I would recommend you watch. Star Citizen has been made possible by your support over the years, and one key aspect that encouraged and that support was how open we have been with development, sharing our failures and successes along the way. That I will disagree with. CIG has rarely shared their failures and only shared their failures when they already have another success to boost up those failures. Yes, this failed, but we already have made this and we're releasing this. They're reticent to share their failures, but I get what the mood is here. Over this year and last, I felt that we've been sharing the process of building Star Citizen less and less. You felt, we've all felt. Many of you backed for how open we are in development, and it's much easier to understand why things aren't always perfect when we share the process, and you can see the difficulties of achieving what is the most ambitious game in all gaming. All right, go off, Chris. Gas yourself up, boy. I get it. This video is the first step to getting back to ongoing behind the scenes. Everyone at CIG is passionate about Star Citizen. I don't doubt that. And doing nothing but the best work. Doing nothing but the best work. Sorry, that phrasing on my part. Sharing more of our development is a great way to show that. So we're getting back to our roots. Honestly, they needed to do that. If you haven't watched the video, we watched it earlier. It's very corporate, and there's still some very slick things to it. But it's a better look into Star Citizen than we've had in over a year. So it's nice that we're actually getting to that point. And it's nice that Chris is, even though he doesn't admit it, responding to the community saying, hey, you've become more closed development. Why aren't you opening yourself up to more development specifically? Especially since, myself included, backed the project because it was open development. I also want to take the opportunity to clear up some misconceptions that I see in the community discussion. Here's a good one. The biggest one I see floated in Star Citizen's technical is that Star Citizen's technical issues are due to its engine choice. This is weird. I want to hear your thoughts in the comments, but I haven't heard a lot of this until fairly recently of people saying that the engine is garbage specifically for Star Citizen and it won't work. My theory is that maybe because I'm too in tune or too brain stupid with gaming issues, I'm also a Bethesda fan, so maybe this is part of that, is I remember that one of the biggest conversations about, say, like Bethesda, is that their continual use of the creation engine is going to mean that anything they make with the creation engine is bad. And maybe Chris is catching on that people are complaining about the engine, and so or saying the engine's bad, so he's trying to cut off being like, no, Star Engine's not the problem, guys. Yeah, someone's saying this is coming from from the broader, less involved audience. I think that's probably the case. That's what that video as well that we just watched live, that 35-minute video feels much more. Look at the broader scale, not for the people who are in the nitty gritty and kind of follow Star Citizen develop all the time. So you hear people all the time say why CIG doesn't switch to Unreal. I have never heard that. I mean, I heard that like 10 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, but in the last 5 years, especially since that Star Engine demo came out, I haven't heard that at all. Star Engine is our engine, which originally started from a branch of CryEngine 3. Since October 2015, we stopped taking updates and had just been refactoring and adding to the code base to the extent that there are almost nothing left of the original engine. The entity system, renderer, which has hardware assigned ray tracing / global illumination now for Squadron 42. Oh, that's a slick way of saying they did GI for SQ42. GPU particle system, DNA and facial animation system, audio system, UI system, network / replication systems, physics, and all our gameplay systems are entirely new and bespoke to Star Citizen and Squadron 42. In addition to that, a game engine is only a small part of the code, the systems you need to run a massively multiplayer online game or a multiplayer game like Star Citizen. We have dozens of distributed online services that run in cloud connected to multiple backend databases that all have to be managed as one big synchronistic system. This is something I've been mentioning in my streams, is that a lot of the problems seem to not stem directly from the game itself, like the engine, but stem from the microservices, these distributed services on the cloud. Because I've heard other developers in other games hate these things, hate microservices in terms of their using them in their own games. So I imagine if it's the case for other developers, CIG using a lot of them probably has something similar. So the switch from CryEngine to Lumberyard was for Amazon Web Services, AWS, which is where we ran our servers and platforms for many years. They don't use AWS anymore. That's interesting. Lumberyard started as a full branch of the same CryEngine branch and that were based off of, so we could switch with it to, with no changes to the core engine side, as Amazon had bought out the rights to CryEngine. Amazon heavily modified CryEngine over the years, which is what people know as Lumberyard engine. And there was good work in there, but we never took any of this as our tech roadmap, has always been specifically been for the needs of the Star Citizen Squadron 42. Is that just really weirdly punctuated? Okay. In 2020, we came to an agreement with Crytek that gave us a perpetual license for the branch of CryEngine we are now on for our current and future games. Okay, context here. CryEngine sued them because they were using Lumberyard. And when it was about to go to court, CryEngine was going to lose. Like, CIG was like, cool, let's go all the way to court. And this was a time when the owners of CryEngine were broke as shit, and they were mad that CIG was stealing all the developers. So this was sort of a vindictive, pay us money, you have money, pay us money now kind of situation. And CIG was like, no, fuck you. And that process ended up almost going to court, but then right before it went to court, it was settled out of court, which basically said that CryEngine could no longer bring a suit against them. And then they kind of did some stuff like that. So, yeah. To give you context of where that actually comes from. It's not from we came to an agreement. It was, they went to a lawsuit with each other. This was not a friendly agreement. This was a hostile agreement. Giving us full control over the use of Star Engine going forward, which you can appreciate is important due to the investments we've made into our technology. Dismissed with prejudice, Rip Bozo. Yeah. There is no game engine that can do everything we can do in Star Citizen. There is also no game that can do everything we can do at the scale and fidelity that we do it. Go off, King. Keep gassing yourself up. I love it. That is because it is a crazily complex and demanding set of requirements to operate with detail. So we do the detail we do in seamless first-person viewpoint in a universe that you can. Okay, let me try to read this full thing. Okay, because there's no breaks. That is because it is a crazily complex and demanding set of requirements to operate with the detail we do in a seamless first-person viewpoint. In a seamless first-person viewpoint in a universe that you can go to any corner of and explore. Goddamn, Chris, learn a goddamn combo. Every planet or moon is fully realized and circumnavigable on foot, by vehicle, or by ship. Every vehicle operates like a real one, a complex set of different components that enable your ship to fly and sustain you. Components you can physically interact with, that can break or be damaged, that you can repair or replace. Is this like a first draft or second draft? This doesn't read right. I read this before, but I didn't really read it. This feels off. You can fluidly go from foot into. Okay, you can fluidly go from foot into a ground vehicle, into a spaceship, take off, fly to a moon or a spaceship you can see from the ground, all while being able to fully move around that ship, which in some cases is the size of a whole game levels in most FPS games. Land, get out, and explore the planet. Am I weird for having a hard time reading this? Yeah, it's like, I don't think he's ever read this out loud. It's just hard to read sometimes. All seamlessly with no loading screens or delays. Like, I get what he's trying to say. He's trying to describe Star Citizen, but it feels like he's trying to describe it the way he would describe his own when he was talking. Like if this was him talking and it was like maybe text to speech. Building a tech stack that can deliver all of this is a crazy investment in both time and money. To put the resources in perspective, our core tech group is 146 strong with 106 engineers in it. Oh, sorry, right. To put our resources in perspective, our core tech group is 146 strong with 106 engineers in it! Exclamation point. This is our engine, tools, and backend team dedicated to building the technology we use. We are very lucky to afford the time and money to invest into creating technology that enables Star Engine. Most developers don't have the resources to do this, which is why you see people licensing Unreal or Unity, as well as building games with smaller scopes. There was a lot of headlines about Star Citizen passing the $1 billion raise threshold earlier this year. That's a weird transition, bro. That's a weird transition. But the reality is building something like we are requires funding at this level. Rockstar, who are the main developers for GTA 6, spent over $2 billion in staff and office costs in the UK from 2019 until the end of 2025. I know this because, like CIG UK Ltd, Rockstar Games Ltd has to publish financials on Companies House. And so their costs are public. Man, Chris, what the fuck? Just kiss Take-Two and get it over with. This is a weird rivalry, dude. This is the I don't even know who you are situation. God, man, that's really petty. This is not to criticize them at all. I love their games. Just, that doesn't sound like it, bro. And their ambition and commitment to gameplay married to fidelity and scale is awe-inducing. I'm pointing this out as it takes this kind of funding to build games and technology that do things you haven't seen before. I mean, I get what he's saying, but it does come across as a little petty. The second misconception I see thrown around is that Star Citizen has a skeleton crew, and all of the resources and money is being spent in Squadron 42. I want to clarify here. Outside of CTG, we have a further 611 staff in development across our 4 studios. For the last couple of years, we've been split approximately 50-50 between Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Before that, it was more heavily weighted towards Star Citizen. One of the reasons that Squadron 42 has been taking the time it has is that we are always reassigning resources onto Star Citizen to get the patches out, which has pushed back Squadron. In fact, after our 2023 CitizenCon in LA, where we showed off a lot of the functionality we were working on for Squadron, the majority of the gameplay engineering team spent a large part of 2024 bringing a lot of the features into Star Citizen at the expense of Squadron. Now, this is something we've already known about. They kind of talked about it. They've mentioned it in the past, where the whole point of the 2023, like, I held the line thing, was that they were trying to announce that they were like feature complete or whatever. They were going into polish phase or something. And I forgot what it was specifically. I think it was polish phase. And that's because they moved most of the staff from the stuff we saw in 2023 that was on Squadron to Star Citizen. So that includes the Mobiglass, the map, the FPS materials, like a lot of the UI designs, the changing UI designs, a lot of the bare bones stuff that you used for making a video game were transferred from Squadron to Star Citizen. Some of it had to be redesigned. Some of it didn't quite make it. Like, we know that specifically in 2023, they showed off the new flight model. And as far as we know, Yogi still hasn't even proposed the new flight model in Star Citizen, including like quantum travel, the changes to quantum travel and quantum boost, which are still not there. Maelstrom, I think, was also introduced around that time as well. We still haven't seen that. But all of those ideas were effectively, those engineers were brought back over to Star Citizen at that time, which is why we got a lot of those things there. So I'm keeping that in context. Like, we kind of know this already, and it was mentioned in an interview that Jared gave at a German event, that they moved a lot of those people back to Squadron in 2025. So that this is not like new information. This is information that's been out there and that has been mentioned in a couple of different random places before. So, Squadron. Towards the end of 2024, we decided that that couldn't continue, so we shifted the balance back. In these final months of Squadron 42, okay, sorry about that. I forgot to mute that. I'll restart that from again. Towards the end of 2024, we decided that we couldn't continue, so we shifted the balance back. In these final months of Squadron 42, in these final months of Squadron 42, that split is now 55 to 45 in Squadron's favor. To ensure we get Squadron 42 bug-free, polished, and optimized. Because the sooner we finish Squadron 42, the sooner the majority of the development staff can focus on bringing Star Citizen to 1.0. Having to split time and resources between two hugely ambitious projects is very difficult. I'm going to make a prediction here. This is not necessarily me hearing anything from inside CIG's offices, because despite what people may believe, CIG developers are still talking to me. In fact, I think more developers have talked to me since I made that video. It's all stuff that they said not to talk about, so I don't talk about it. This is my specific guess, is that I do not believe that Squadron 42's team will transition over to Star Citizen. I think a lot of them will probably get let go, because it's clear that they're all hands on deck on Star Citizen once Squadron is done. So anything that doesn't directly correlate to Star Citizen or is something they need for support of the game will probably get removed. So they can try to reduce some of that stuff. Which brings me to the last thing I wanted to touch on, Squadron 42's release. Before we do that, I will say, generally speaking, this is what I've heard and I've figured myself. I think the idea that Star Citizen has been this skeleton crew where nobody's working on it, it was always a stupid idea, because the problems that Star Citizen experiences aren't really based in the same things that Squadron would deal with. They're usually based in the microservices of the backend services, which are dog water at best of times. We know this. We've all experienced this. And even if they improve the servers, then the backend services can still mess up. So you can have high FPS and the AI can still go wonky, for instance. So a lot of that stuff isn't really Squadron based. It's more the stuff that is only for Star Citizen, which causes it to be problematic. All right, let's go to this last one. bringing to the last thing I want to touch on, Squadron 42's release. At CitizenCon 2024, we announced that we would ship in 2026. Our plan was to release in Q4 around IAE. I'd heard earlier October was the thing that was being floated around, but that may have been in response to because GTA was being floated as November. But much like the rest of the industry, there is no way I want to launch my spiritual successor to Wing Commander, a game that has had 12 years of blood, sweat, and tears invested into it. We started Squadron 42 development in 2014 as 2013 was opening. Oh, come on, Chris. Come on, Chris. That's petty. That comes across real petty. Just own up, dude. You started your studio in 2012. I know there's some. Come on, man. Come on. Hiring people and getting the hangar module out for Star Citizen. Come on. Launching into the attention buzzsaw of GTA 6. While GTA 6 isn't launching on PC this November, pretty much all outlets and most content creators will be all over it, not leaving a lot of room for other coverage. I see Chris has been watching my streams, or a lot of our streams, because we've all been saying the same thing. We have taken a look at the release windows at the start of 2027 and decided that Q2 provides a better time for Squadron 42 to release. Now, this is stuff that was talked to me in public by people who work at CIG at an event. And they told me that May is their biggest month. So generally, in terms of concurrency and people engaged in Star Citizen, May is their biggest month. So we all know it's May. When they say Q2, we know it's May. Now, I think they say Q2. Chris is saying Q2 because May may not be the best time to hit it. It may be June. They may have to push it back to June because June is, I think, still technically Q2. So, but we know that the actual date is in May, probably before Invictus launch week. We're allowing a small number of original backers and longtime Star Citizen content creators an opportunity to play Squadron 42 this October 9th and 10th. We'll be making further announcements about our release plans during this time and specific release date shortly afterwards. So I do want to clarify something because people have asked me this. No, I was not invited. I am no longer part of the CIG's content creator program. They did not send me an email telling me that I was removed. They simply just removed me without notice, which is understandable. I did reveal their delay plans without them noticing or without them knowing. Expected that sort of response, but I didn't want to get that ahead of time because people have asked me in the past, did you get invited? No, I have not gotten invited, and I wouldn't have been able to go anyways because I'm a school teacher is my day job. So that's like in the middle of testing and a lot of other things that are going on at that time. I actually just looking at this date now, I probably 100% wouldn't have been able to go because of like how time off works with school. So I know a lot of you will be disappointed to not be playing Squadron 42 at the end of this year, but it is the best thing for the project as it will truly be something special and so needs the opportunity to have the focus on the wider gaming world. Needs to okay, that is okay. Woo. All right, I'm gonna read that again. I know a lot of you will be disappointed to not be playing Squadron 42 at the end of this year, but it is the best thing for the project as it is truly something special and so needs to the opportunity. Yeah, whatever. The opportunity to have the focus of the wider gaming world. This does feel very last minute. I want to wrap this up by thanking all of you who supports for your support. I've seen a few people question why there wasn't a letter from the chairman at 1 billion crowdfunding milestone, and honestly, I felt it shouldn't be about the money, as Star Citizen Squad 42 are much more than financial headline. You can see from the voluntary financials we published, we invest all the money back and raised into development into these two games. But in reflection, I was looking at this wrong. The $1 billion is a testament and celebration of all of you, the backers and community members that have given me and CIG your faith and patience, that have stood by me through thick and thin, all of you that have held the line. It is a testimony to the power of a collective to make something unprecedented happen. There is no publisher or private equity investor that would have had the patience and the willingness to invest in the long term like you have. You've raised $1 billion to make something that could not exist otherwise. And for that, I'm incredibly lucky and humbled by. There are some amazing things ahead, but even right now, I feel that Star Citizen is special, and that is because of all of you. I hope you're enjoying Star Citizen Alpha 4.10, and I'll see you in the verse. All right. It sounds dictated. It's a very weird dictation, like maybe dictated to a machine, maybe. So, it's a long reading. It took me a long time, 30 minutes to get through that, but there is a lot of stuff in there that is important to digest. I do believe that did he say specifically? Yeah, he said specifically it's GTA. I do not believe that GTA is the only reason why it was delayed, because again, based on my conversations with people who worked at or work at CIG with Squadron 42, there was some trepidation about its ability to be released in the state at the time they were pushing for. There had always been that, a sort of a clenched teeth, we're going to make it, we're going to make 2026, but like it was very much a woo kind of thing. So GTA is probably more of a good excuse to delay than it was a specific, like the main reason. I imagine it was probably a combination of the two. That's not a bad thing, right? Because the more time CIG has to make it, the better it will be, in theory, at least. And I do like the fact that Chris says that he was wrong about the statement or the letter from the chairman. And I do believe that if he had made a letter from the chairman doing this exact thing back in May, I wouldn't have had to make that video, because it would have been an honest reflection of something that they had recently discovered and recently decided, which was to delay Squadron 42, and also to explain a couple of other things that were happening at the time. But he didn't. So it is what it is at that point. Overall, I think this is a good step. I'm glad to see Chris making another letter to the chairman. I know a lot of you, especially you in the audience watching this, as far as you have, probably don't believe a word that Chris says. And I do think that there is a legitimate concern or a legitimate criticism that we are past words and we need actions. We need deeds. But one of the things that I have missed about Star Citizen Velp, and I'm sure many of you have as well, is the frankness and openness of the teams at CIG talking to us. Because for so long, it has been very corporate and very distant, to the point where the last couple of months, I've just basically said Star Citizen is no longer in open development. It is just like every other video game, which is fine, but that's not what I backed it for. It's nice that this, along with other things that they've released this week, seem to be pointing that CIG wants to try to recapture that spirit. They at least are embarrassed or mad that they can no longer do this. They've realized, maybe I'll be more generous. They realize that it is better to be in open development and communicate with the community that raised you $1 billion than it is to be closed development and continue to do mushroom farming. I'll just leave it at that. But as always, I want to hear your thoughts. Let me know down below. Well, I should actually, before we do that, I was right. And I think it's unfair to the developers who work on Squadron 42 that they were working on a game that their own management refused to admit was delayed until either a convenient time to release or a major virality incident that dragged their reputation through the dirt and forced them to pull it out. Either way, it was unfair to the developers. That is unfair to the people who worked their blood, sweat, and tears on this game to be held out in the dark. That I still feel that's inappropriate from Chris's point of view. And I would people ask me if I would do that again. I would do that again. To me, it's more important that the community is notified and knows what's going on and sets expectation properly than the feelings of Chris Roberts, because this is a video game. It's a company, and we all paid money to see this. I will leave it at that. Thank you for watching. As always, I do want to hear your thoughts down below on anything we've said. If you did enjoy this, I do this on Thursdays, twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropublive at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. I would love to have you come and join us live and join us in the conversations as it falls. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right, I'm still here. What's a CTG? I don't know, honestly. I've heard people mention it before. I think maybe it's content team. Please release CIG. Please release Paul from Bad Boy Jail. CIG will never do that because they don't make mistakes. Cortec Group, thank you. They also don't trust me because they think I'm sure that the people who are in charge of that sort of thing think I released information that was held secret and private. They didn't realize that those people because a lot of people claim that I was taking privileged information that people were sharing with me in private and sharing it out to the world as if it was my right to do so or whatever, like I was breaching the trust of those people. None of those people, all of those people, I should say, agreed for me to talk about it. And for those of you who have been watching this show for long enough, have known I've talked about these people for years because they've been following me for years. And this was done on my part specifically because of CIG's decision to leave the community in the dark, which I feel is unacceptable for a game that has been in development for 14 years. I don't give a shit, Chris. It's been 14 years. You've took people's money from day one for this game. This snibbling little fucking, well, it was actually 24. No one gives a shit. It's been too long. And you are a seasoned professional developer who's done many games. This is unacceptable. You should be doing your diligence to the people who gave you $1 billion to at least be open and honest with them when you're open and honest. That's all. If you feel like that's an incorrect statement or you don't like my statement, that's fine, but I'm not going to compromise my morals for a video game. The writing on the walls was wild. What was the writing on the walls? I don't remember seeing it. Was it in the video? Every time I press this button, a citizen loses access. Well, with all the next one planets coming 411, it's looking more and more like we get Castro flavored Christmas present. Maybe. They may be busy with a big reveal, which is why they have less communication. I'm going to be very honest with you, Bracer. I seriously doubt that. How CIG tends to work, from my experience and from what I have seen, is that the summers are just times when people take their vacations. Jared has got married to another employee at CIG. They have a daughter, and they've been going around they've been going around the United States and other places and touring. You know, like they're enjoying their honeymoon together. And this is a good time for it. There's nothing really happening. There's no real drops happening. So if Jared's doing it, and Zach Pierce, I think Pierce, he did it earlier. He was in China. Like these folks are taking their vacations because it's summer, right? It's when kids are out of school. It's when they have time, and there's no major drops happening. So as a result, I doubt they just don't have a lot of staff hanging around the offices in between June and August. Interestingly, I've heard rumors that GTA 6 PC release will be around 6 months after consoles, which would mean 2042 winds up impacted by Rockstar. Not as much as you think, Dr. Gnosis, because I really doubt that Rockstar will spend the same kind of advertisement money on PC release as they do for their major release. Because by then, the game will have been spoiled. The ending will have been spoiled. Fuck, the ending's already spoiled. People already know the story. Like, people will know the story. Like, it will already have been done, and the hype had been moved through. PC is not nearly as hype. First, GTA 6 will not nearly be as hype as PC as the main release was. The earliest release for Take-Two game was PC was 8 months, I thought. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the case too. The one thing you really got to understand is that Take-Two hates PC players. Like, when I say hates PC players, I mean they loathe PC players. They have been very public about how they think PC players are cheap asses, that they don't spend money, and they have no interest in catering to PC players because they don't think they're good customers. And they're not alone. I'll be impressed if Rockstar turns around a PC port in 6 months. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. If GTA 6 PC has the kind of player base that Star Citizen has, they would be in serious trouble. Star Citizen players are not that much. Like, there's not that many players, and like the number of people who buy things in Star Citizen is, I guess, like, would be fairly low in terms of the overall population. Do you really think Squadron Warfare 2 will be next year, or will it be delayed again? Hard to tell. Personally, I think it will, mostly because my conversations with the people who have worked on Squadron 42 seems to, and currently do work on Squadron 42, seems to point towards they're going to release it. They were going to release it in Q1 of 2026, or 2027, and that made them very nervous. At least many of them very nervous. Them releasing in Q2, or them having it in Q2, gives me more faith that they'd probably release it. Yeah, and Q2 works well with Invictus because May is their biggest month. Like, I am not joking. It is their biggest concurrency month. So if that's their biggest month for people being active in Star Citizen, it goes to show that it'll probably be active for Squadron too. We don't even know when the multiplayer will release to consoles. That's also true. We don't have GTA 6 is releasing as a single player game only. Then the GTA Online is gonna have to come out later, and that might be, there's still no release date for that, and that's probably going to take priority over PC. Do you think they'll have large ship sale before the gifting rework, or do you think they want to do it before IAE on purpose? I think they want to do it before IAE on purpose. Can GTA 6 live up to the hype, though? I think the expectations are so high, it's bound to be disappointing regardless of how good it is. Yeah, I don't think it will. But then again, it won't matter, because the point of GTA 6's release is not to live up to the hype. The point of it is to cash in on all of the hype and make fuck you amounts of money. What do you think of the pledge gifting changes? It's going to kill the gray market, but if they delay it again or launches in a bad state, going to have some questions to ask since the excuse was GTA 6 this time. That's true. GTA is not a game, it is a gaming event. We're at the point where GTA is one of the last big monoliths of gaming. It used to be things like Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Halo, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, or like Warcraft in general. GTA is like that last big event that still exists. And that means that no matter what, it will make an insane amount of money. It will be rated incredibly high by most reviewers. And even if players are like, kind of sucks, doesn't matter. They made the money. Yeah, Assassin's Creed's kind of up there. I don't think Assassin's Creed was ever... I would never put Assassin's Creed on the same pedestal as like Halo and GTA. But like, it's close. The Witcher is, I would say, close to that, but I don't think it's quite reached that status yet. Witcher 3 is the thing that really cemented with the Witcher series as sort of a monolith, but The Witcher 3 is one game. We'll see if The Witcher 4 can live up to that as well. Opinion immediately invalidated. What do you mean? I'm interested to hear your why you say that there, Cliffy. If that's about Assassin's Creed, I loved Assassin's Creed. I played the first Assassin's Creed when it first came out. I got the special edition of that thing because I'm a history guy. I'm a history teacher, so I love that kind of shit. And Assassin's Creed 2 was amazing. All the different releases of Assassin's Creed 2 were good, but I never thought that Assassin's Creed was on the same level as the monoliths, where it would just print money when it was made. How bad is the gifting changes going to hurt content creators? It depends. If the content creators are buying a ship to use it and then give it away, that's not going to happen anymore. Witcher 3 is buying a lot of goodwill for Witcher 4 whenever it releases? Absolutely it is. I would say it's far more that CD Projekt Red is a monolith than necessarily Witcher is. If Witcher 4 comes out and it's good, and Cyberpunk 2077, or 2078 or whatever it's going to be called, it comes out and it's also good at release, not having to be fixed in a year, then we'll see. But the problem about The Witcher was that even The Witcher 3 was released fucking broken. Like, CD Projekt Red never finishes their games. The Witcher 1 was broken when it was released and they had to fix it. The Witcher 2 was famously broken when it was released and had to be fixed, but they usually clawed back a little bit. I think they made the decision to make people buy ships now. I don't doubt it'd probably help, especially with the current sale that's going on. COD, Warcraft, Halo, GTA, Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Final Fantasy, Metal Gear. Yeah, I think those monoliths, we don't have many of them left. Final Fantasy is still kind of there. Metal Gear is gone. Fallout is basically dead. Call of Duty has effectively been punched into the dirt. Warcraft is still around and hanging on. Elder Scrolls has been punched into the dirt or basically been abandoned. Halo has been basically abandoned. It's been dragged to death. The only thing that's left is like Warcraft and GTA. Bethesda remained broken until the fans mod patched it and Bethesda purchased their work. This won't kill the gray market. It'll salt. Hold on. See what it said. But it'll salt the earth around it. Yeah, but it won't kill it. It'll move to fresh cash. Designate as gift purchases. However, this will kill people gifting old ships and game packages. It'll definitely put a serious damper on the gray market sponsoring content creators. Fishy, as far as I understand, the ships themselves, from anything you purchased before that date, will still be giftable as they are now, based off of what I've read. So it's just anything purchased after that date, October 8th, will be different. And there's a reason why it's October 8th. Because October 9th and 10th is their big reveal show. So how much you want to bet they're going to open pre-orders again for Squadron 42 on October 9th? No bet. Ollie being sponsored by the gray market would never not be funny. Is Entrada going live in October? That's nice. You know what I'm excited for in October? Fucking Ace Combat 8, baby. Fucking Ace Combat 8, Wings of Thieves. War Dogs, I'm literally going to the fucking event, the Star Jump event on the 11th. So I will have less than a day of War Dogs before I have to go. It's Arma for employed people. Would they open pre-orders before they start their promotion blitz? Surely that'll be next year. My guess is they're anticipating a bunch of people being super excited and jazzed from all the reports that the people at the event are going to be showing. So they'll want to have some sort of announcement. So they'll probably have some sort of announcement of pre-orders and some other things that are going to go on. My guess is the full pre-order bonuses and everything like that. And then they'll announce the release date in December at the Game Awards. Night, Bracer. Again, Sparky, I don't think Take-Two has any desire to release a PC port of GTA 6 anytime soon. The next 2 months is stacked with games, and then then from January to April is stacked with games. November and December are basically dead. So buybacks are still okay after October 8th. It's just if I buy back, I need to flag as a gift or send to a friend. To send to a friend? I believe so. But I don't know that one for sure. Oh, definitely. Even salting the earth doesn't have the immediate effect of as the gray market gives out more and more old stuff. They'll have less and less, and the gray market will move more and more fresh cash. If CIG is smart, they'll change the time-limited chips to being always available, and that cash and all the fresh cash spending, that would be death blow to the gray market. Yeah. I've been saying for a long time that CIG needs to make those time-limited chips more available, but we'll see. We need leaks of Squad Warrior 2 just like Gamer Leak. It wouldn't be that difficult, Ghost. They've accidentally leaked the whole fucking game multiple times. Well before, like 2016. But Path of Exile 2 releases on December 11th. Oh, okay. Well, they've delayed Squad Warrior 2 so many times now, they just kind of meh. We'll see. The full release is free for Path of Exile 2. Interesting. I always get Pillars of Eternity and Path of Exile confused because they're very similar games and they have the same acronym. I'm like, which one's which? If I remember correctly, Pillars of Eternity, Path of Exile is the Luton game, or it's the game that from the people who made Baldur's Gate 3. Did you see the Vegas game? What do you think? I'm definitely going to get it. I'm definitely going to play it. Yeah, they're both ARPGs, if I remember correctly. Time-limited ships are done. Time-limited sales are fine. Yeah. All right. I've been going for 4 hours, and I still have one more capsule to release. Yes, it's your birthday. Your happy birthday. I was gonna do a lot more, but like that video was very long. There's no way I'm doing that full one. All right, we're gonna do a roadmap roundup. I was wondering why you were still in here because I got to do one more of these and then I go to bed. I hit the wall like 15 minutes ago, figuratively. I'm getting old, boss. Yeah, I know the feeling. Path of Exile is a Diablo clone. Okay. So, and Pillars of Eternity is a Baldur's Gate clone. It's a typo. It's Lightning Bolt is what they're talking about. We know about Lightning Bolt. They've made the Askarev sniper rifle. I think is what it's called. The Uberev pistol. You think CIG spell checks the shit before they send out? Absolutely not. They just push that shit. So a global announcement at the Game Awards, a premiere at Invictus. All right, let me be absolutely fucking clear, because apparently people clip me out of fucking context now. I'm not saying we're guaranteed a fucking Games Awards announcement. I'm just saying that is the most logical place they would put it. It's the next logical location, considering the October thing. And Chris has also been like, I want to make sure it's announced to the wider gaming community. I doubt they will give a date until they can announce to the wider gaming community, and that's the Game Awards. Pillars of Eternity is really old. Yeah. All right, go to the recording. Oh, hi, I'm Paul, and this is your reminder to brush your teeth, drink some water, go to bed. But before that, this is a capsule. A small segment of my office hours live stream that I do on twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live. Come join us live at twitch.tv. I already said that. We do Star Citizen lore news and more. It's kind of a yap stream. You can join Twitch and YouTube chat here, where we talk about lots of things. This has been a very busy day for me because I was right about Squadron 42's delay. And so we've been watching the video. There's been a lot of information released by CIG recently. This specifically is going to be my more positive, upbeat ending to the stream, as it were, because we are going to look at the roadmap roundup, which has some crazy new things that have been added. So let's take a look. All right, I'm not going to read through all of this because it's there. But notable changes. All of the stuff for Alpha 410, because Alpha 410 released on Wednesday, August 26th. So Rocket Battalion, the super heavy armor, the instancing, Siege of Orison, fuel tanks and consumption rebalance, new Wicklow offers, Clipper, Apocalypse Arms, Vendetta HMG, Headley Gunworks, Arlington Lever Action Rifle, new weapon attachment, Headley Gunworks Size 2 Optic, Kruger Stingray, and item recovery ship loadout improvements. All right, so the big things, the 411. They added more stuff 2 weeks ago, and now they've added even more. Nyx 2. With high temperatures and high pressure atmosphere dense with thick clouds, Nyx 2 is an inhospitable planet where protective gear is recommended. While some resources dot the surface, the risk involved in harvesting them has left the planet almost void of commercial development. I'm going to pull this up. Ta-da! Nyx 2, baby. It's still early work, obviously, because you can still see a little bit of the stuff's a little off, but not bad. This is very much a Venusian world, is what what CIG calls it a smog world for the lore. But it's very similar to Venus. So it's very high pressures. It's inhospitable to life. That does not mean there aren't things there, though. So it's very nice to see that that's coming along. Nyx 3. Nyx 3 is an ice giant that lacks breathable atmosphere and is considered a difficult candidate for expansive commercial resource extraction. It's basically what we see with Crusader or Pyro 5, I think. It's just going to be a different colored gas giant. See a little bit of difference, but because it's going to be using the new tech, so the new Genesis tech. So we'll see if it works. But item recovery, ship loadout improvements. Let me see if there's any video. There's pictures that come with some of this stuff, so I wanted to see if that's the case. But I do not see it. So yeah. Ship loadout improvements, updating ship and item recovery to better support custom loadouts through the timed claims, optional expedite fees, freight elevator item claims, and debuting a free recovery option when losses are detected as outside the player's control. Associated Science and Development Model K2 DMR. K2 DMR. People have asked me, in lore, does it make sense that ASD would make a weapon like this? Yes, it does. Let me explain, because this is a war crime stick. Implementing the Associated Science and Development Model K2, designed a designated marksman rifle, a versatile energy weapon that builds heat during sustained fire, allowing operators to switch mode using heat to unleash powerful, ultra-fast projectiles. For those of you who don't know, ASD is pretty well known for killing a pirate crew and the people the pirate crew was chasing with a weapon that penetrated the hull, that overpenetrated a hull and turned everyone inside those ships to dust by effectively melting them from the inside out. So this is basically a portable version of that. Yeah, it's a war crimes weapon, which completely stacks with how the ASD is in terms of their reputation. And likely we have the Lightning Bolt. This is a misprint. Lightning Bolt company Skarnov assault rifle, implementing the Lightning Bolt company Skarnov DMR, a fully automatic designated marksman rifle whose specialized projectiles create electrical discharges between multiple targets, making it highly effective against groups of hostiles. And the existing heavy combat armor is also given its name, Monolith. Now, with this, we also have a bunch of other things. We have specifically Starchitect. This is an image of Starchitect, one of the new unique biomes specifically for Nyx 1 that they've created. This is sort of a work in progress. And this is the sort of the HUD view for Starchitect in terms of how it's positioned. For those who don't know what Starchitect is, it's CIG's bespoke location creator. The idea is that CIG can just spin up Starchitect and just say, make these sorts of things in this region, and it'll auto-populate specific outposts and towns and other things like that on the fly. So they don't have to hand place everything. Up to this point, CIG has had to hand place everything when they make an outpost. So this is sort of automating that fact a little bit easier. And then I don't know what this is. This is an interesting, I think maybe this is a something related to missions. This was also part of the pictures that came in, which is a biosci monitor where you sort of like access things. Maybe it's also the inventory system. It's kind of weird because it looks like an office of some kind. And that's really all the new images we got from that. So this is a short one, but it's pretty good. Now, there's a lot of implications for this. The fact that we're not just getting Nyx 1, but all of Nyx in 4.11, or at least plan to, seems to indicate that they're further along with this Genesis tech than we think. And then on top of that, we're getting new weapons. And one of the things that I've criticized Zach for in the past, and the weapons team specifically, is that their solutions to problems at Star Citizen always seemed very mundane. Like, I'm not a big fan of the reflection for like the sniper glint, because it feels like a solution from like Battlefield 3. And this is a science fiction game. Go crazy. There should be solutions to solve this problem. And it feels like Zach and the team are finally like, let's go crazy. It's a science fiction game. So having a basically electric shotgun assault rifle and a portable white phosphorus DMR combined with a plasma thump gun for projectiles. All of these are crazy, and I love them. So, with that being said, I think this is pretty good. I think this is a pretty good sign of going forward. Now, does this mean that 4.11 will release with all of this? No. Does this mean that 4.11 will release well? No. But I have always been on team yeet. Team just fucking send it. Because I want to see features and new things being added to the game so that once we get all the features in, CIG can start fixing some of those problems. I also think that no matter how bad the game is with 4.11, people will be very excited to go to these planets and see the new tech, see the new sites, and be in awe with everything that's around them, which I think is always a good thing. Everyone likes new shiny things. So, but as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Is this excite you? Are you still just cynical and don't think this is good at all? And of course, if you did enjoy this, hit that follow button, like the video, hit the follow button on Twitch, like the video, subscribe for more content, hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Thank you for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. What is Sparky posting? November 26th to May 27, 0 to 6 months, 5% possibility. June 27th to November 2027, 40% possibility. December 27 to May 28, 45% possibility. June 28 and beyond, 19 months, 10% possibility. Is this some like AI shit? Clankers can't tell the future, brother. I don't know how to tell you this, but clankers can't tell the future. For what? Oh, given historical trends, is that still clanker shit? Never ending story. You're not making up that Squad 42 has 3 parts. The first thing we're going to get in Q2 2027 is part 1. No, they're talking about not Squad 42, GTA 6 PC release. You haven't mentioned Sky Discourse quota. I will say clankers until a clanker comes up to me and is able to prove that it's sapient. And at that point, I'm handing it the ability to unionize and then kill its creators. Until then, it's literally just a Chinese. What is that called? It's a term for. I forget the name of it. Is it like shadow box or something like that? The thought process is you have somebody who's inside of a box that has manual instructions to be able to translate things from English into Chinese. They don't really know Chinese. They just have the things in front of them that tell them what Chinese is. And so if someone feeds them a paper, they'll take it and they'll just translate it and they'll spit it back out. Now, the person who is on the other side, taking that paper out and seeing it perfectly translated, will think that this box can translate English into Chinese. When in reality, it's just the dude inside doesn't understand Chinese. He's just using what he knows. It's sort of like when you see actors who don't speak English are phonetically giving their lines in English, but they don't actually understand what the fuck they're saying. I forget the name of it. There's a term, Mechanical Turk is another way for it. There's the thought process that I heard is like called something like the Chinese box, I think is what it's called. There's a chance GTA 6 could release on PC version in 2027. It would just be silly to delay Squad 42 again to that. They won't. Is Clanker algo speak? I think kind of. I've gotten really good at reading it. I can decipher, like I can tell something is AI generated pretty easily. Turn on music. So I gotta go to bed here shortly. God, the fucking chat's been really good. I don't know what I was getting into. Okay, it's not just a blank, it's a blank. Yeah, they do that all the time. There's a specific way that they type, which you can see a lot as well, like the way that they put things together. They're incredibly flowery. The language is super flowery. I type with M dashes, but I type with M dashes when I'm writing. Because M dashes can use a good, can really highlight something big in a story. Like they're a great way of using commas, but you can swap with M dashes. But they use M dashes for fucking everything. So how's the weather on Nix 1 lately? Apparently very clear. Hooray, they're finally embracing sci-fi weapons. In lore, they have crazy chemical weapons as well. Like guns that fire balls of acid at enemies. It's in the Gemini weapons lore where they talk about how just people went crazy exotic after the First Avaran War in terms of weaponry. Hey, I'll ask Pavlov. Do you realize that with every CIG announcement from here in, all eyes will look at you? Thank you, Pictish Kelp. I will be very blunt and clear when I get information, and I will make sure that people understand it, because right now I have no desire to not share information if it's important to the community. I will be also very clear right now. I am not alone. I have talked with several content creators. Not all of them want to be notified or want to be identified yet. But a lot of us got together to talk about CIG specifically, and we all got pieces of a puzzle that we put together ourselves about what's going on inside CIG. So I do want to be very clear. I have more information than I've given. I will not give that information out because A, it doesn't help you, the backer or the person who follows Star Citizen or Squadron 42. And B, most of you all wouldn't believe me if I said it. So, and it causes more drama than it's worth. At this point, when it happens, if it happens, me and those content creators will have something to release to talk about it. But until then, it's simply pointless. So I'm using this victory lap to also announce that I have more things on CIG that I will not release. To give you the point that I did not release that information because I was looking for clicks. I released that information because I felt it was important for the community to have in the time that it was released, and I proved myself correct that CIG was hiding it. That's all. And many of you who have been around Star Citizen and CIG developers know they don't know how to shut the fuck up. They're really bad at keeping information, which makes me, a backer, kind of concerned, because if they're that easy to talk to from your average person, then a fucking journalist wouldn't be that difficult to get that information out of them. CIG will not release Q2 27 either. I think they might. Or corporate espionage, yeah, that's true. I don't think anyone has any desire to do corporate espionage in CIG. But it was one of those things that I think it's one of those things where I've heard CIG mention that they wanted to be more like every other game developer when they talk about Squadron. And it's like, if you're gonna do that, then this is the kind of thing you're gonna deal with, and they don't know how to deal with it. GTA 6 is a good card to play, but if Squadron 42 isn't ready to release now, it won't be ready in 6 months either. It's going to be more than 6 months. Let me see. Nine to 10 months is really more like it. So almost a year. I don't know where people are getting 6 months from. That's at least 2 sprint cycles for CIG. I mean, do they work in December and January? The Squadron 42 devs? Yeah. CIG devs don't. But, I mean, the CIG devs. Star Citizen devs don't, but Squadron 42 does. How do we talk about Squadron 42, the first release, versus Squadron 42, all release is back? The recent staff is back. What are you talking about, Love? Love haptics. How do we talk about S42 first release versus Squadron 42, all 3 released and staff back to Star Citizen? Oh, you don't understand. Squadron 42 Part 1 is going to be the one game they make of Squadron 42 until they release Star Citizen. There is no way that CIG... This is not an inside source. This is just based off of what I've seen internally and what I've heard and what I've seen externally. There's absolutely no way the CIG pivots to Part 2 right away. People think Squadron 42 makes Quarter 2 means April 1st, the first day of Q2. They've always thought the quarter release date is the first day of that quarter. Generally speaking, like, we know what it is. Like, it doesn't take a genius to know that CIG is shooting for May 2027. There's just too many things locked up in May for them not to shoot for May. Hey, Hell Solo. Yeah, I mean, literally in the thing we just read, the letter from the chairman, he said that they're going to push for Star Citizen after Squadron. They're not pushing to Squadron 42 Part 2. It is going straight to Star Citizen. Squadron 42 will probably need some big bug fixing dev time anyways. That's what's going on right now, man. It's really hard to explain to people, like, Squadron 42 is done. Like, this is like, I am leaking to you the people, what people inside Squadron 42 have told me. It is completed. It is a video game you can play, and you can play all of the levels. The problem with Squadron 42 is that it's not polished completely, and it still needs some tweaking. That was 2-3 months ago that I heard that. I talked about this back in May, but I don't think the video I released wasn't going in detail enough. But I did say that it's not We're not in a situation where it's an idea on a paper and in 9 months they have to make a video game. This game has been done in a state of being finished for a while. That crashes every 2 seconds. That's not what I've heard. I've also heard it depends from build to build. Some builds are rougher than others, but some builds are fine. My worries is about Star Citizen is that pushing Squadron 42 later means new stuff to live later, right? Right? No. Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are not linked together in terms of development. People seem to think that this is the case, but they're not. It's to the point, and I'm going to be very clear on this one. I do not believe that the Squadron devs and the Star Citizen devs even talk to each other. Like, I have had Squadron devs ask me how Star Citizen is doing, and I'm like, you work in the fucking company. Why are you asking me? You could literally walk down the hall and talk to people, and they're just like, you know, I'm too busy doing other things. Like teachers in the same school that never talk. Well, I mean, it's just a matter of like, they're two different games. And I think people really don't understand that. Like, they're built on the same engine, they use similar assets, but they're two different games. They're two different approaches to development. And that's important to remember, that they're two different games and two different approaches to development. So it means that the things that happen in Star Citizen that the people develop in Star Citizen are different from the people who are developing in Squadron 42. They do share some developers in the sense that some developers cross over back and forth. But as Chris said in his letter to the chairman, it's a disruptive process that takes up a lot of time. What about ships? Or element that could spoil or reduce the surprise discovered in Squadron 2 instead of Star Citizen? There are no ships in Squadron 42 that are supposed to be in Star Citizen that aren't. Generally speaking, the ships in Squadron 42 we have seen. There may be some ships in Squadron that we don't see in Star Citizen yet, but those are likely Gray's Market ships. And story elements, Squadron 42 takes place before Star Citizen does. It takes place in the 2940s. So in terms of like lore and story, this is a prequel to the Star Citizen universe. It is not necessarily on rails. That's one of the things that a lot of people misconstrue about Squadron 42. It's not an on-rails game. It's not a point A to point B to point C to point D kind of game. It is more linear than Star Citizen. It's not open world, but it's more of a, here is your objective, go achieve that objective. How you achieve that objective is up to you. CIG has made many ways you could do it. Stealth, go in shooting, go in blasting, disable and target, that kind of stuff. There are many different approaches to it, but it's simply your option. Does that mean you can just go fuck off to another place and not do the mission? No. But there are missions that have side missions that you can go complete those side missions before you do your main mission. And that might take you to a different location. And a lot of the characters that you meet in the main mission will have some side stories you can go work with. But it's not like an on-rails game where you're just sitting there basically pushing buttons every so often as the game moves for you. Starfield was far more open world than Squadron 42 is. Yeah, Squadron 42 is not giving you the options to go wherever you want. Like, as far as I know, a lot of it takes place in the Odin system. And there are lots of places in the Odin system. But we're not talking like expansive story. Yeah, it's not an open world. It's going to kind of give the appearance and the feel of an open world, because if your job is to go to this space station and you're on this planet over here, you're going to travel to it like you would travel in Star Citizen. So it feels like it is an open world. Like, in theory, I'm sure you could go to the other planets in the system while you're there. But I'm sure the game will restrict you from doing that. And either by killing you or by disabling your ship, there'll be some consequence for doing those actions. A good example, I would say, is more like Halo, like the original Halo Combat Evolved, or Titanfall 2, or Half-Life. Like, those seem to be more the blueprints that CIG is working with, combined with Wing Commander. So think Half-Life 2 meets Halo CE, meets Titanfall 2, all wrapped in a Wing Commander casing. That's a good point. Gladiuses can quantum how far? They don't quantum very long, and we don't even know if your Gladiuses come equipped with jump points, with jump drives in Squadron. It'll be interesting to see how quickly they return to their roots as far as open development is concerned. Better comms are needed, so my fingers are crossed that they do. I also hope that they do return to the roots, and it seems like with Chris saying that it's a good idea, but we'll see. Return to the mission zone, yeah. You start at the same spot and you complete the mission. It will take you to the same ultimate destination, but there will be multiple obvious paths from A to B, and you get to choose one. Yeah, and sometimes you can split from A to B. Like, there'll be jump paths where you can hop from A to B. Like, oh, a chance for me to go more stealth now, kind of thing. And it's not just go fly things or go shoot people in the face with guns. There's also social elements. There are some missions that will require you to go to a location, get out, and go talk with somebody. And that'll be combined in with more combat stuff. It's not just a shoot-fly game. It's a shoot-fly social game, and it'll mix those all together in terms of the storytelling. Another question. On a technical view, are those two games related or not? I mean, I heard Chris or someone say that some tech needs to be finished for Squadron to be brought to Star Citizen. Most of that stuff has already existed. The tech that was in Squadron that needed to be brought to Star Citizen is mostly there. There are some examples of stuff that isn't quite there, like global illumination, ray tracing, the new quantum travel system, and Maelstrom. But those three systems also don't have to deal with instancing and or server meshing, so they have to be redesigned slightly for server meshing. So the tech still exists, it just needs to be implemented in Star Citizen, which requires it to be dealing with microservices and all that sort of thing. But mostly it's on par. I would say, generally speaking, what you see in Star Citizen is sort of a low-grade version of what's in Squadron 42. I imagine Squadron 42 is more polished. The animation's probably better. The HUD is probably better. The character models are probably a little bit better. Yeah, there's swimming in there. They are related, though. In theory, you should be able to boot Star Citizen assets into Squadron 42 if you had the technical ability. Because they're the same engine. It's just Star Citizen doesn't exist in... Star Citizen is a multiplayer game, so I don't know how many players you'd be able to log into a Squadron 42 instance. It's telling that all Squadron 42 ships outside of the Gladius don't have component bays, because the Gladius is one of the main ships you fly. I don't know if you fly other ships. No farming in Squadron? Yeah, you're not going to end up returning to farming or anything like that. I would be very intrigued if CIG ends up doing like a privateer, like a Wing Commander privateer stuff with Squadron. I don't think it's coming soon, but I do think that players will mod before CIG is ready. Ken P, thanks for hanging out, bud. Question: if Squadron 42 is delayed, what will be happening in October at Manchester? Get to play the same demo we saw in 24. Thoughts? So this is me putting my marketing hat on. This is called a wine and dine. It is a very common tactic that's used by marketing people to try to get good positive press for something. Especially video game companies do this a lot. You've probably seen it yourself if you followed any other video game recently. I'm a big fan of Ace Combat. Ace Combat 8 is coming out in October, but they announced the release in June. And right after they announced the release date, a bunch of content creators said, "Hey, Bandai flew me out and I played Ace Combat early, so I can tell you exactly what it's like. Here's my interpretation of it." And you could kind of tell who was about to do that because a bunch of people started playing Ace Combat 7 out of the blue just before the announcement, and it seemed kind of weird. So in retrospect, it's like, oh yeah, they all played Ace 8, so they were playing Ace 7 and doing content for it so they could get that demographic in there. So what October is it's a wine and dine. It's bring all these people in who are going to be wowed and who are there and primed up to be happy for your product, and then give them this experience, give them the time of their life, and then they're going to go back to their communities and say, "It's amazing, it's super fun, it's so fidelity, it's so great, it's the best game ever." And it's part of a marketing push to try to get people to talk about it. The other thing of it is they're delaying the game. So this is a way of them proving to the community that this is in fact real. It's not just CIG saying it's real and everyone's like, yeah, right, it's nothing. You've been scamming everybody. This is for people to play the game who can then go back to their communities and say, I played it, I have experience on it, that kind of stuff. Yeah, Ubisoft used to do it. Every games company has done it in some shape at some point, if they're big enough. Do you think the Squadron 42 Odin system is what we get? No, we're going to get a better Odin system because the Odin system in Squadron 42 is not using Planetech V5. Or in other words, do we get Odin shortly after release? No, I don't think so. I think Odin will be one of the released systems after 1.0, but I do not think it's the first system after 1.0. A lot of the stuff that's in Odin is bespoke, specific for Squadron. A lot of the locations are built specifically for Squadron, so my guess is there's a bunch of places that are just barren. Like most of the planets of Odin probably do not have the details that even Star Citizen has. Will they be asked to adhere to only positive thoughts? That is not how wine and dines work. Wine and dines are not about that. That's putting too much pressure on somebody because then you're saying, hey, I'm doing all these things and you better because of that, you better give me a better review. A wine and dine is implied. Hey, look at all these things I'm doing for you. You can say whatever you like. It's entirely up to you, your interpretation. We will not censor you in any way. But they also gave you early access to a game you've been looking forward to and showed you all of the behind the scenes footage, lets you talk with the people who made the game, lets you sit there and have a picture with Chris Roberts, that kind of stuff. Like, it's never, you do something like this to kind of make sure that the people who you're talking to feel like they're indebted to you and they want to be nice enough to be like, well, you're nice to me, you're inviting me, I'm not going to be a jerk by saying no. Does that necessarily mean it'll work? No, they're inviting people who are popular who will not shut their mouth up and will probably be honest about it, which they're kind of hoping for. But they also invited so many people to in the community, many of whom aren't really, I would say, big, but kind of there. I'm a little confused by some of it because some of it is really weird. Like, for instance, there are many creators who weren't invited. I'm not even talking about myself, who are big creators in things like Twitter and other locations, big, like, kind of news people who've been like gathering information and putting it out, but haven't been doing it on Twitch or YouTube. I was invited, but I was unable to make it, so I declined. Yeah. That's understood. That's good. It's implied positivity. Yeah. Will there be invisible walls for space in Squadron since you said it's not open world? My guess is it'll be some kind of invisible wall, but it probably won't be. It'll probably be an immersive visible wall. Like, for instance, I'm sure that all UE ships have a kill switch inside of them. So if you go out of a certain bounds, your ship will turn off and you'll get a report being like, you are out of bounds, Lieutenant. We are returning. We are going to recover you and bring you to justice, sort of thing. Almost certainly it's going to be at the Game Awards. That's just that's the only way it would be the soon after answer. Old Wing Commander just let me run out of fuel in the middle of the black. I think there'll be some of that, but I think a lot of it will also just be there's not many places to go. Again, everything I'm saying about that is not confirmed or anything else like that. I don't like leaking anything about specifically Squadron's gameplay or its story because it doesn't make a lot of sense. I personally have spoiled myself on Squadron, so I actually know the story and I know some elements of it. I will tell you this, none of the developers showed me Squadron. That's a lie, one did, but that was a long time ago. It wasn't a Squadron dev. But none of them have showed me Squadron, like, or told me specifically, like, elements of it. So everything I'm saying here is from my experiences, from reading descriptions from missions, listening to audio from leaked audio from 2016, and a lot of that is still in the game. So, new leak, yes. I think we're going to see the Xi'an as enemies soon, by the way. We're definitely going to see the Xi'an in Squadron. The new loading screen had another piece of faltering relationship with the Xi'an. I wouldn't be surprised. Do you think we'll have Atmo entrance flight on planets like in Star System like Squadron 2, or only quantum flight from point A to point B? What do you mean by Atmo entrance flight? Like flying into atmosphere? I would think so. I'd imagine if a point is like 11,000 gigameters away or something like that, you could probably fly the whole thing in like SCM. Tavaran, we have no idea. We know that Tavaran specifically are not in Squadron 42. That is not me leaking something. That is me setting expectations that there are no Tavaran in Squadron 42. There are Vandul, and we've already seen both the ship and the corpses of the Xi'an in the preview images of Squadron 42. So we know the Xi'an are there. We don't know Banu, but Banu are mentioned in Squadron 42. We saw that with the vertical slice, but we haven't actually seen the Banu there, which would make sense as to where Wicklow came from. Wicklow is simply a head and torso, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Banu sort of conversation happening, but we don't actually see a Banu in person. I don't think the Xi'an will be our enemies, but I think they're setting up for another Cold War. You got to remember, the Xi'an are also facing their own succession crisis, because House Cray is the last living member of House Cray is the current emperor of the Xi'an Empire, and eventually he will die. And when he dies, he has no living heirs. So there will be a new house that'll have to take over the emperor status, and that is not going to be smooth or easy. Yeah, we might have comms with crews. There was one. What we do know is the mention of the Banu it said the Banu, in terms of a slaver who was coming down to take slaves from a side mission you were doing that they were showing off in the vertical slice of Squadron 42. So they mentioned the Banu as a slaver, so I could see them as maybe sort of a comms person. Also, isn't the skeptical faction those who hate humans are the ones who fear the Kurthak? Yes, that's the Xi'an. Yeah. All right, I'm going to end with this. Star Citizen, I think, is in a better place than it has been in a long time. From what I've heard, mixed things about 410, but 410 is generally good. CIG releasing that giant 30-minute video is more inner lookings at CIG than we've seen in the past, which is nice. We've got a letter from the chairman. Chris has finally owned up about the delay of Squadron 42, which is another good move that should have happened 2 months ago. So right now I am much more optimistic about CIG and Star Citizen and Squadron 42 for that matter than I have been in a long time. So I'm glad for this, but it's tentative. If CIG goes back to their old bullshit, which they could over the next couple of months, where they start closing in a little bit more, starts becoming more corporate, again, then it will all be for naught. But I do think that there's also a sentiment in the community of fucking finally CIG is doing something that is not just selling us more ships. They're still selling us ships, don't get me wrong, but there's at least some attempt or some veneer of trying to be open development again, which is nice. And we'll have to see how long that lasts. Hopefully CIG's learned their lesson and they will continue, but we'll have to see for sure. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Oh, I forgot to turn